Good afternoon and welcome back to Will Bratton WX. We are going to be covering quite the interesting setup today out here in the Central Plains. Let's go ahead and jump right into it here. We do currently have one tornado warning already in place. This is in the Nebraska Panhandle region, out in an area I'm familiar with near Stratton and Trenton. I actually just stayed just nearby this area in Sidney, Nebraska, not long ago. But yeah, we've got a supercell staying pretty discreet out here. Got some solid rotation as of, let's see, we had 4:09 p.m. This severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was a tornado warned. So yeah, we had a spotter report of 3-inch hail north of Stratton. Quite the hail core on this guy. We're going to take a look at that hail core in just a minute. But yeah, let's go ahead and let's take a look at this hail core. Let's go right into things today. Why not? Boom. Look at that. Look at all those pinks coming through there. And there's probably a couple of silvers, maybe near the bottom, something like that. Just a couple of pixels getting mixed in there of some of those browns and silvers. This is a very, very strong hail core here. Again, 3-inch hail was reported out near Stratton. This is our only tornado warning on the map, but we do have two considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. One of them is on this supercell for very large hail. One of them is on the supercell just to the west near Ray, Colorado, and near Yuma, Colorado, just east of it, right across the border. Another town I'm pretty familiar with and was recently in. This one is marked for tennis ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I'd imagine that, yeah, I mean, this hail core has been looking pretty juicy here. If we can go ahead and take a look at its storm motion, you can see a little bit of broad rotation going on down here. Let me go ahead and get my pen opened up. Leave it to me to just continuously forget to launch my little pen tool for every single broadcast. We always go live and I'm like, I missed my pen. Anyway, here we go. Where's our radar? Okay, so we're down here looking at the Goodland radar unit. So here's our rotation. Just like that, quite simple. So we got a little bit of rotation here, and we are looking at around 4,400 feet or so in the air on this supercell. Of course, the one that is tornado warned is near Stratton and Trenton in the Nebraska Panhandle region down in southwest Nebraska. We're looking from the Goodland radar. We also have some extensive severe thunderstorm warning polygons going on in Wyoming here, as we do have the risk for some of these kind of wet microbursts going on here. So you'll see these large severe thunderstorm warning polygons, and this doesn't really seem like a lot of precipitation, and it's not. This isn't really the craziest hail risk. These are tagged for wind gusts. So essentially what happens here is some of these storms, especially as they begin to dissipate, all of that mass just rushes down when the downdraft takes over the updraft, and you get these really brief but very strong damaging wind gusts. So they're tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Sometimes those gusts can get upwards of 70, even 80 miles per hour. I'm not exactly expecting that to happen with those storms, but it's the possibilities there. North of Cheyenne, the capital of Wyoming, we have a little bit of a supercell getting going here. This area really seems to love to just print out hail producing semi-discrete supercells all the time over the last couple of weeks here, really, because we don't have the most clear or the most recent picture on its hail core, but even a frame ago it was building. So this is a newer, younger supercell. The most recent scan on its hail core looks good. We can't get a good visual on it volumetrically yet, as in three-dimensional, but it's definitely there. That's when we're going to continue to monitor. Of course, we can go ahead and take a look at our day one outlook from the Storm Prediction Centers. You can see where our enhanced region is on the map. So this is kind of where we're expecting that corridor for the potential for a couple of strong tornadoes if any supercells can stay discreet. I'd especially expect that kind of out in this area where we already have a tornado warning. So that's where my main concern is going to be for the potential for an isolated strong tornado or two. We're not expecting a major tornado outbreak tonight by any stretch. We do have a lot of thunderstorm action going on throughout central and even eastern Nebraska as well. Up here closer to Tedford near the town of Brewster, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning going on for inch-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds that could produce some damage. As things begin to grow upscale a little bit tonight and become more clustered, we'll also be seeing the risk increase for possible embedded supercells and QLCS tornadoes. So essentially supercells that get sucked into a cluster of thunderstorms that could produce some rain wrapped and messier tornadoes that could still be strong. And then also, if things become a lot more linear into a line of thunderstorms, we could see the embedded risk for some brief spin up type of tornadoes as well. This hail core out here near Stratton is looking quite impressive. Out here near Stratton and Trenton in southwestern Nebraska. Quite the hail core going on here. As that one's pretty impressive. Let's go ahead and check on our storm near Cheyenne and see if I can get a good volumetric look at that hail core yet, as it was looking pretty solid. We did just get another severe thunderstorm warning for Yuma County, Colorado, and Dundee, Nebraska. Of course, we were just looking over there not long ago. Can we get a better picture on this one yet? Nope, not yet. That's okay. We'll continue to check in on that storm and see if we can get a good look at that hail core in the near future here. As here's that severe thunderstorm warning out in Yuma. And we also have another one here in Ray. This is the considerable severe thunderstorm warning that I mentioned a moment ago. It looks like our considerable severe thunderstorm warning on our tornado warned supercell was allowed to expire. So that one's just down to a larger severe thunderstorm warning tagged for 1.5 inches hail, as well as 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And then we have this considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 1.75 inches hail. We also had 58-mile-per-hour winds recorded at the Ray Airport out in Colorado. Excuse me. As this cell kind of looks like it wants to get itself organized here and increase its potential risk for a tornado. So we're going to watch this one very closely. These are our primary 3 cells that we're watching on the map right now. And we can get them all in one nice view, which is pretty convenient here out in southwestern Nebraska into the northwestern most portions of Kansas and northeastern Colorado. Kind of the tri-state region here. I can go ahead and highlight that border of what we're looking at. There's the border. Down here is Kansas, up here is Nebraska, and out here is Colorado. So that's what we're looking at right now. We did just get another flash flood warning down in Texas. The risk along the Gulf is nowhere near done yet. As here's out down near Houston, just still getting pounded with tons of precipitation. Whoa, excuse me. Yeah, there's that other one that we were looking for. So we have 2 flash flood warnings going on down here near the Houston area. Plenty of flash flood warnings going on down near New Orleans, out in portions of the Gulf of Mississippi as well. We do have a special marine statement with the potential for water spouts, actually, which is interesting. This is kind of a weaker storm, but definitely possible that you could see a water spout spin up here. Down near Lakeshore in Bay St. Louis. This is at the Mississippi Gulf. So that's one we're going to watch closely as well. But of course, our star of the show right now is the tornado warning down near Stratton and Trenton here in Nebraska. This is what we're going to be watching the most closely here over at least the next couple of minutes, as this hail core looks to be juicy now. Even more insane than it was before. We can zoom in real close and you can see those grays and silvers kind of coming through right here in the middle of your screen right here. That is going to be the type of area where we're seeing potential tennis ball sized hail. That's what this storm has been tagged for and already has been reported. Another thing worth mentioning is we do have a weak echo region here where you can see a lot of these targets up here, all this purple stuff being suspended over an area down here where there's nothing below it. So essentially the updraft is so strong that all of this large drops of rain as well as these hailstones are being suspended in the air and just held up there. They're not falling to the ground. So it's those types of moments where you see that precipitation on radar, but there is no precipitation hitting the surface because it's all being suspended in the air. Just west of that near Ray, Colorado, we do still have this considerable severe thunderstorm warning that I am watching closely, as I think this one really seems like it might want to try to get its act together here over the next maybe 15 to 20 minutes. That's going to be one we're going to watch closely as well for the potential to spin up a little tornado action. We still have the cell near Yuma as well. I believe this one's a lot younger. I need to pull a couple more frames on our radar here to confirm that. Yeah, this one out here near Yuma is much younger. That's going to be one we want to watch. It looks like we have another cell developing near Anton or Cope down here. This cell is going to be one that we want to watch closely as well as it continues to develop. Not really seeing much in the terms of upper level rotation. We're looking decently high in the atmosphere here when we're looking at the storm. We can go ahead and go from the Denver radar and we'll see if that changes our perspective a little bit. As, yeah, definitely a little, actually, that's the Yuma cell, excuse me. Yeah, that one is very young out near Cope Anton. One thing that's interesting to note is that you can see all these boundaries kind of floating around in Colorado. All of this stuff, such as right here, where you see this little line of targets that's kind of shaped like this. These types of boundaries are going to aid in firing off our convection and ingesting vorticity into updrafts. So essentially getting spin going and increasing the possibility for tornadoes. This is going to be one of our main concerns as we go throughout the day here, or the evening, I should say. We are at 4:22 p.m. here on Saturday, June 20th. Central Time, that is, 4:22 p.m. Central Time. Our tornado warning out near Stratton is still looking pretty concerning, as this one looks like it might be trying to tighten up a little bit and try to squeeze out a tornado here. It's not super tight, but it looks to me like it's trying to recycle itself, and at that point we could see things tighten up and try to squeeze out a tornado. We'll take another look at its hail core, which looks insane at this point. We're definitely seeing the potential for tennis ball sized hail coming out of this thing. This is a very powerful hail core. So not only do you need to be in a basement if you're within this tornado warning near Stratton or Trenton, but you need to be in some sort of a covered structure because the hail risk is pretty monumental here right now. That's one we got to look for very closely. Meanwhile, this storm crossing the border into Nebraska right now near Hagler is also looking like it's trying to get itself going a little bit in terms of its hail risk. This is still a pretty young supercell. Updraft and downdraft are not super separated yet at this point, so it's got a little ways to go until it could produce a tornado threat, but it could try to get its act together. This one near Yuma, not looking half bad here. This one's trying to get itself going, trying to get organized a little bit as it heads towards Eckley. We're going to continue to watch this one very closely as well. All right. Let's check in on our Cheyenne storm and see if we can get a better picture of that hail core that we've been kind of eyeing up here over the last couple of scans. This is just north of Cheyenne, Wyoming, as, yeah, there it is. This is not the most impressive one in the world, certainly not quite as impressive. You can see some of those silvers just sneaking into our radar picture here in the bottom of our volumetric scan. So that's going to be one that we want to watch pretty closely as well for the possibility of a developing hail risk. Of course, it could become tornadic too later on, but that is not a risk with that one just yet. Again, for those just joining us, we have only one tornado warning on the map, but it does have some enormous hail associated with it. At least 3-inch hail. We're looking at tennis balls falling out of the sky. Frozen tennis balls here. All of these silvers and grays coming through in this image. That is some concerning stuff when it comes to hail. So if you are in Hitchcock County, Nebraska, you need to be taking this one pretty seriously, as not only do we have a tornado risk going on here, but we also most certainly have the risk for some very large hail. Gorilla hail, as some folks like to call it. As the rotation does look like it's broadened out a little bit, but it is trying to reestablish, as we may have a little bit of a merger going on with this other supercell just to the south near Atwood, Herndon, and Ludell, just across the border into the northernmost portions of Kansas. So we're going to watch that one pretty closely there. For those of you just joining us, we're covering the severe weather outbreak that is possible. Not really an outbreak, I wouldn't call it, but some severe weather that's possible in Kansas, Nebraska, and Colorado. Excuse me. We're also watching the flooding risk that's going on along the Gulf Coast. That is a continued threat with the remnants of Tropical Cyclone Arthur, which was our first named tropical cyclone of the year, of the season, I should say. As this storm is definitely trying to undergo a little bit of a merger here. So I think the tornado risk is mostly mitigated for this current moment. We're going to watch this one very closely as it could quickly redevelop over the next couple of scans as we see what kind of happens here as these two supercells interact with one another. So essentially what you've got here is you got a supercell here and you got a supercell here, and the two of them are just starting to interact. So that could produce some interesting things, including a competition for resources that we're going to watch closely. Sometimes one storm will kind of butt up against another one and give it a nudge. We call those nudger storms, and those can sometimes help produce tornadoes in the right way, or if it happens in the right way. If it happens in the wrong way, it can quickly lead to the collapse of any kind of a tornado risk, as we do see this storm still's got really good inflow here near Stratton, and the tornado risk is definitely still there. The rotation is just a little bit broad from what you might be looking for if you're looking for a tornado risk specifically. As this hail core is just very impressive. We did have another severe thunderstorm warning for Broward and Palm Beach in Florida. Let's take a trip down to Florida and see what's going on down there. Nope, let's not take a volumetric scan of nothing. We do have a little line of thunderstorms going through Florida here, the southern area of Florida, going towards Coral Springs and generally the Palm Beach kind of region. All sorts of beaches, Boca Raton, Fort Lauderdale, Miami kind of area, especially just north of there. As we do have a special weather statement again, tag for some winds and whatnot. We're also taking a look at another severe thunderstorm warning that is up here, just issued in northern kind of central Florida as well. So this is out near Columbia and Lulu. This storm is tagged with 60-mile-per-hour winds, so one that we want to watch pretty closely here. There is a little bit of very broad rotation near Columbia. That is north of Fort White, so we are looking in central northern Florida here. Of course, our main concern, as I continue to mention, is out here in Nebraska right now, as we're watching this supercell very closely as it tries to get going. Its inflow, it's definitely tightening up here. Absolutely tightening up over the last couple scans. Tornado risk is starting to ramp up here near Stratton. We could easily see a tornado not too long from now associated with this one. In fact, I don't think we have one, but it's definitely possible that we have a tornado on the ground south of Stratton. So if you're anywhere near Stratton or Trenton in southwestern Nebraska or near the Kansas border, you got to make sure that you're taking this one seriously. Get to interior-most rooms of sturdy structures, basements, if you got them, storm shelters of any kind. Put yourself in the bathtub and throw a mattress over your head. Do what you got to do. Make sure you're staying safe associated with this one. Even if you're not within the immediate tornado risk, if you're closer to Trenton, you're still looking at a monstrous hail core here. I mean, an absolutely monstrous hail core. This is kind of ridiculous, to be honest with you. Easily could have tennis balls made of ice falling out of the sky here at this point, which can be deadly if you're caught in it. So you need to be taking this one very seriously, as it's definitely possible that we have a tornado on the ground here in Nebraska. And in fact, that's that triple ding there might have been this tornado getting confirmed. I'm not seeing any pop-up coming up that's telling me exactly what that was, but we're also watching a considerable severe thunderstorm warning out in Wyoming now, as this one is now tagged for 60-knot winds. So we are now looking at 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts here. So again, this is one of those kind of downburst type of situations where all that mass up high, these elevated thunderstorms, eventually something has to happen. That mass has to go somewhere as the downdrafts start to take over with these things, and it all rushes down to the surface. And when that happens, you get these really, really strong local wind gusts. So not a lot of precipitation going on associated with these, not really looking at a hail risk or anything like that, but you are looking at the risk for potentially very brief hurricane force wind gusts. As this cell out here near Stratton is continuing to look pretty concerning here. Again, it's possible that we have a tornado on the ground. I'm not it's not anything we can confirm on radar at this point, but it's definitely possible there's a tornado on the ground. The severe thunderstorm, the secondary supercell near Herndon in Liddell, is also looking pretty concerning. It's got quite the hail core on it here. Quite the hail core on it as well. So some very large hail is very much possible out here through, my goodness, yeah. This is another monstrous hail core. It's not quite as beefy as the one near Stratton and Trenton in Nebraska, but it's still very concerning. At least that was a couple scans ago. Still waiting to get the most recent scans here, as this supercell is not really moving. It's just kind of stalled out here. I don't know where our boundaries are currently set up around the map at this moment. Seeing a comment in the chat from Happy Gordy saying, "What's a hail core?" Great question. I will break it down for you. So in this volumetric scan, this is a 3D render of the atmosphere around here. And essentially what you're looking at is the reds to magentas to silvers is the amount of energy that's coming back to the radar when the radar shoots a beam out into the cloud. Each droplet of water or hailstone reflects energy back. And hailstones, ice especially, is an incredible reflector of energy. So you get these very large values that come back to the radar when you have hail in these clouds. And so when you get these magentas and especially these silvers, it's indicative that the radar beam is hitting hail. So essentially what you're looking at is a hail core, where that's basically where the storm is having hail going up and down throughout its updraft. And below those hail cores is a lot of times where that hail will sometimes fall. And that can pose a pretty significant concern, as things definitely look like they are tightening up out here just southeast of Stratton. So we're going to continue to watch this one very closely for a possible tornado within the next couple of minutes here. Again, this is just south of Stratton and southwest of Trenton, Nebraska, near the Kansas border in southwest Nebraska, as Germany has scored a goal and tied things up at 1-1 with Côte d'Ivoire. As I've got that on in the background. We do still have this considerable severe thunderstorm warning near Hagler, right crossing the border of Nebraska and Colorado, and even just clipping the border of Kansas as well. This one's tagged for golf ball sized hail. We did have spotter reports of an 1.25 inch hail north of Ray, as well as 58-mile-per-hour winds were recorded at the Ray airport. So that was where the storm just came from. As this one does have a little bit of rotation going on. It's pretty broad. It's one that we're going to watch as it matures. Could become a tornado-producing threat as well. Yeah, as the storm near Stratton is really tightening up here. I would not be surprised to see a tornado come out of this one within the next few minutes. So again, if you're in Hitchcock County, Nebraska, you got to be taking this one very seriously here. Take a trip on down to the coast and see what's going on down there in terms of all this precipitation. As you can see, just lots of it. And keep in mind, this area, especially in the left part of this circle in Mississippi and Louisiana, a lot of these regions have already received over 2 feet of rainfall. 2 feet of rainfall. That's a ton of rainfall. And when the ground's already saturated like that, it just runs off and piles up like crazy. The videos that we've seen coming out of that region from a few of my friends who live down there has been pretty unbelievable, as that amount of rainfall can just really be devastating. Out in Alabama, we've still got quite the amount of rainfall coming down as well. Of course, this area has not gotten quite as much rainfall through this point thus far, but the risk is definitely there, as we've definitely got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings still going on down in Florida here. If I can get my radar to load, I guess we're not pulling data from there. Okay, we'll try Jacksonville. As the storm near Lulu is still somewhat concerning, just mainly a wind risk. It's got very, very weak and broad rotation. Nothing very concerning there. Down near the Miami and Palm Beach kind of region, we are watching another severe thunderstorm warning This one could have a little bit of hail going on with it, and especially a wind threat. Yeah, this one's tagged for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 1-inch hail. But let's go ahead and transfer back up to Nebraska and check out the next scan here. As yeah, this storm is looking very concerning. It is starting to wrap up by the second here. So essentially what's going on right now is we've got all this inflow coming into the storm. That's just like probably the world's worst arrow, to be 100% honest with you. Wow, my arrow drawing skills are horrid. Try that again. Sure, that's good enough. We've got inflow coming right up into the storm near Stratton, and it's beginning to wrap up here. So as this RFD, which is basically a mini cold front associated with the rear flank downdraft of this storm, continues to wrap around and pinch off this inflow with the forward flank downdraft. This is a concept we've talked about before. This inflow gets kind of choked off, and it's like putting your thumb on a garden hose. Those winds have no choice but to speed up. So instead of winds that look like this, you're going to see a much faster wind vector, maybe something like this, where the winds just become more laminar and they're just blowing up through there. And a lot of times when you get that RFD occlusion, where this front pushes off this direction and starts to fully occlude the inflow at that point, that is where you'll see a tornado get squeezed out with some of these storms. So that's something that we're going to continue to watch very closely with this storm, as it is looking pretty vicious here. You also have a little bit of almost a secondary rotation on the backside of this storm here. And the hail cores with these are no joke as well. We are still watching quite the hail core going on. Whoa. Okay, let's go ahead and check in on this storm. My goodness. Yeah, this one is really blowing up. We've been watching this one develop every scan pretty much. And look at all those grays and silvers coming through. This is a very, very significant hail core here at the Kansas-Nebraska border, near areas like Herndon, Kansas, as well as north of Ludell. Again, Stratton is going to be our concern for a tornado right this moment. We did just get another severe thunderstorm warning for Rawlins and Hitchcock County, Rawlins, Nebraska. Sorry, my goodness, Rawlins County, Kansas, and Hitchcock County, Nebraska. I'm stumbling over my words like crazy today. That is going to be this considerable severe thunderstorm warning right here, which was issued for this giant hail core that we were just looking at. Seeing a question, are Norman or Midwest weather out today? They are not, but I believe some of them will be tomorrow for Father's Day. I also might be going out tomorrow for Father's Day. So the question here is, so the gray and silver is denser water or ice? Not necessarily. The gray and silver means that more energy is returning to the radar. But usually, yes, this is caused by the radar beam coming into contact with ice. Especially wet hailstones are incredible reflectors of energy. So as that radar beam hits wet hailstones, you're going to see those larger values up in the grays and browns starting to come through. As, yeah, this is quite the concerning one. And maybe, just maybe, we're starting to get a tornado on the ground here. It's way too small to confirm that at this point. But we're definitely looking at a continued tornado risk just south of Stratton, Nebraska, near the Kansas and Nebraska border. This hail core, again, near Herndon, Kansas, is looking ridiculous. We haven't gotten the latest volumetric scan on it. This is the same one we were looking at before. Getting a question, are we going live while we're out chasing tomorrow? If I'm out chasing tomorrow, I probably will not be able to go live, as I don't yet have the capability to do that. I haven't gotten a Starlink yet. I haven't purchased a couple of those extra cameras to be able to do that. But we're definitely going to be able to go live when I chase in the future, just probably not yet, as we still are watching the possible tornado risk developing near Haglers. This one is definitely tightening up and organizing itself a little bit here. As we do have Alan with Midwest weather in the chat, one of our storm chasers here, saying it's so nice to be home and not avoiding death from all directions. And I tend to agree. Alan had quite the experience. We're producing a video about an incredible encounter that Alan had with a tornado on Wednesday. So we're going to have a video coming out about that pretty soon. Make sure to stay tuned for that. That's a project that we've got in development right now. As my lord, things really are tightening up here near Stratton. It's not looking like we have a tornado on the ground, but again, it's definitely possible. So if you're in this warning polygon, especially southwest of Trenton and south of Stratton, Nebraska, you got to be in a storm shelter in the interiormost room of a building, the safest place you can get to. We do still have this considerable severe thunderstorm warning out in Wyoming for these really damaging winds associated with those like dry thunderstorm kind of deals and those downbursts essentially out near Waltman, Antelope Hills, Casper, Natrona, Powder River, um, Highland, Arminto, and even Midwest Wyoming here. This one is for Natrona County, Wyoming, is what we're looking at here. We also do have severe thunderstorm warnings for similar risks, just not quite as vicious of wind gusts in Wyoming. That's going to be for Bighorn and Washakie counties, as well as Albany, Carbon, and Converse counties in Wyoming. And then just north of Cheyenne, this was the cell we were looking at earlier as it was trying to develop a hail core. It's not looking quite as prominent now, but we'll watch that one closely as it continues to develop. The star of our show is still down here near Stratton, though, right now, as this one is still looking pretty concerning with the potential for a tornado risk. Really, at any point here, this one could put down a tornado. Hello to N22 Twin, who says it's looking interesting in the High Plains action today. Yeah, definitely the Central Plains are looking juicy out here, especially in, just go ahead and make a circle on the map. This is kind of the region I am the most concerned about for a tornado risk through the evening. And I believe that's what the Storm Prediction Center has outlined. Let me go ahead and pull up their categorical outlook for the day, or probabilistic outlook for the day. Yeah, pretty similar to what I've got circled on the map. That's my main concern for the potential for an isolated strong tornado or two. I'm not worried about any kind of a tornado outbreak today. Definitely just the risk for a couple of strong tornadoes, though. We did just get another considerable severe thunderstorm warning placed over our Stratton and Trenton supercell, and that one's going to be tagged for what is this, tennis ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Same thing going on with the storm that's hovering over the border of Kansas and Nebraska there. So 2.5-inch hail coming down, tennis ball sized hail potentially coming down in areas like Ludell, Herndon, Kansas, as well as Stratton and Trenton, even south of Culbertson, Nebraska here. So a little bit of a zoom out on the map. This is the area that we are looking at for that giant hail risk right now. Of course, we do still have that tornado warning in place there as well, which is a concern. Let's jump over to Pennsylvania, as there is a severe thunderstorm warning going on up here in northwestern Pennsylvania. This is going to be for Elk, McKean, and Warren counties here. And this one is tagged for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So for areas like Kane, James City, Wilcox, and eventually headed towards areas like maybe Johnsonburg or Emporium. A handful of severe thunderstorm warnings getting placed all over the map here, right near the tri-state region of Colorado, Kansas, and Nebraska. The cell near Hagler is starting to produce a more robust hail core, it appears. As yeah, this is still a younger supercell. It's still trying to get itself organized. It's not quite as highly sheared as you would need it to be, but it could get there. We are still watching for the storm near Stratton with the tornado risk that it possesses. Going to continue to watch that one pretty closely here. We have one of our storm chasers, Adrian, with North Mississippi Storm Chasers, in the chat saying he just looked at the environment and he's very concerned about that region. And I would agree. I think some of the observations that we've seen coming out of there in terms of the helicity available to some of these storms is pretty concerning. And the surface winds are pretty well backed. So that's a pretty big concern here as well. In the chat, we have Happy Gordy coming in and asking what conditions would create a more favorable environment for a tornado in that area? What would need to happen? So essentially what would need to change in this area, honestly, not a ton, maybe a little bit more instability, maybe slightly steeper mid-level lapse rates. But the tornado risk is definitely there. Things have broadened a little bit and they have lifted our only tornado warning here. So we are looking at no tornado warnings on the map for now. However, this one could easily recycle as it heads towards the Kansas and Nebraska border, and we could easily see another polygon get slapped on the map here within the next couple of minutes. So that was our only tornado warning. We are down to just severe thunderstorm warnings on the map for the time being. We have Lorian live from the Sherwin Williams paint store down in Starkville, Mississippi. Lorian, it's good to hear from you, my friend. Lorian is one of our meteorologists here at Will Bratton WX. She does a very, very phenomenal job behind the scenes with us, helps out a tremendous amount. She helps with the socials. She helps with staying in my ear during some of these more robust severe weather producing events when things are more chaotic and I can't watch everything at once. And she also helps us with the business side of things and all sorts of stuff. She's very talented. We have Help Weather in the chat saying, hoping tomorrow isn't bad since we've had so many tornadoes here in Illinois this year. Yeah, I definitely don't want that to happen either. I don't want more tornadoes down in the Illinois region. Yeah, it is definitely a pretty concerning one as yeah, the cell here near Stratton and Trenton, I'm kind of surprised they haven't gone ahead and issued another tornado warning for this, as the rotation is definitely still there. It is a little broad, but the wind speeds are definitely there. So if it tightens up, it could spit out a tornado pretty quickly here. And we're still watching this closely to see how these two cells interact as they kind of collide here right at the Kansas and Nebraska border. For context, I'll zoom out again. This is where we are at. Whoop, I didn't use the pen. We are right around the tri-state region of Nebraska, Colorado, and Kansas here. Tomorrow's severe weather event is definitely looking concerning as well. We're going to be monitoring that one very closely, potentially even more closely than today, probably more closely than today, I would say. But it is a little bit of a conditional risk, as we need to see as things get a little bit closer just how the morning convection, the morning storms are going to set up, because that is going to largely influence what happens tomorrow afternoon and evening on Father's Day. Tomorrow, we're definitely looking at areas like eastern and central Missouri and central and southern Illinois, as well as southwestern Indiana. I think the risk in Indiana is definitely a little more conditional. I'm a little more concerned about southern Illinois. It's a very similar type of region of concern and regions of confidence as we had on Wednesday. It's just not quite as robust of a severe weather outbreak that we're expecting, which is a very good thing. But we'll see as things change over the next couple of hours and we get into the evening here today. That could definitely change. You can see these two supercells are kind of starting to smash into each other, and that is going to limit the production of both of them. You can see both of them have weakened a decent amount here. Yeah, definitely both of these have weakened a little bit, but that is to be expected as they collide. This one near Hagler is most certainly trying to get its act together, it appears. Again, this rotation has increased a little bit. It's still very broad, but it's definitely got a rotating updraft. It's just kind of lacking those upper level winds, it appears anyway. Visually, it's kind of hard to tell, but visually here, you're seeing this updraft is just kind of going straight up into the air. And so that to me screams like we are watching for this storm to potentially get upper level support, because it's kind of lacking that right now. And if it can get it, it could definitely organize itself and be a significant hail producer or a tornado producer. Seeing Help Weather in the chat saying, yeah, it's insane how the second most affected state is behind by a wide margin. We average like 50 tornadoes here in Illinois, and over the past few years, we've had like 120, 130, and 140 plus. Look, all I'm going to say is that Missouri and Illinois are pretty underrated in terms of how many tornadoes they get. And this is not necessarily even a recent thing. This is kind of a historical data point. Those two states tend to clock in a lot of tornadoes every single year, especially in the wintertime during El Ninos. You can see some of those storms really get active. We did just get another tornado warning issued on the southernmost cell here. So we are back to having a tornado warning on the map. This is a quite the interesting one, as this rotation kind of just spun up. I'm surprised they caught this. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised the National Weather Service caught this. I didn't catch this, to be honest with you. I mean, it's there. It's just not interesting. I didn't really catch that. But yeah, there's definitely a tornado risk associated with this storm. It's not looking super insane or anything like that, but this is for Rawlins County, Kansas. The tornado risk is definitely there. It's a very interesting one here. Yeah, I'm not I mean, I'll just be 100% honest with you. I'm not really seeing anything that sticks out to me about this that's screaming like this needs a tornado warning polygon at this current moment. But that's not to say that the tornado risk is not there. It's definitely there near Ludell and Herndon out here near the Nebraska border in Kansas. Regardless, it does have a very significant hail core going on still. And our old cell near Stratton is trying to get itself recycled here. As you can see, it's trying to reestablish itself some inflow. As okay, I see what's going on. I think the issue is the storm motion vectors that they're using are not really that indicative. The problem is these storms aren't really moving at all, or at least the storm near Ludell is not really moving at all. So that's kind of the issue here. But there's since it's not really moving, we can just look at the velocity instead of the storm relative velocity here, and you can definitely see that we do have a tornado risk here. That's definitely tightened up. Interesting. Yeah, the tornado risk is definitely there. So if you're in Rawlins County, Kansas, especially just north of Ludell, excuse me, definitely make sure that you are in a basement of some kind. I don't know if they're expecting this this tornado risk to move to the northeast. I mean, but there it is. That's your couplet. I don't know if they're expecting it to move to the northeast towards Herndon. It's not really moving at all as things currently stand. So if you're near Ludell, you could get a tornado dropped on your head that's just kind of one of those drill bit tornadoes that just sits there and digs a giant hole in the ground. So you don't want to be under that. So make sure that if you're just north of Ludell or anywhere near that area, this is northeast of Atwood, Kansas, that you are taking this one seriously. Interior most room of a building, a sturdy structure, ideally. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. As the rotation with the Stratton cell is still there, and it's trying to reorganize itself right here. It's trying. I mean, you can see this inflow notch kind of being established here on this storm. So that was, dude, my arrow drawing skills. I don't know how many times I gotta draw arrows before I'll finally get decent at it. You can see the inflow is there, and the storm is trying to wrap up and be a potential tornado producer with its rear flank downdraft, trying to get itself reestablished again. But the problem is that we have all this congestion out nearby it. So that is going to complicate things for this supercell. As Germany and Côte d'Ivoire are tied 1-1 here with 5 minutes of stoppage time remaining. As that was a match I've been pretty excited for all day. Meanwhile, our cell out here near Ray, Colorado, and well, it's actually just now into Nebraska near Hagler. That one is still pretty concerning with the hail risk. I'm not really concerned about it with the tornado risk right this second, but again, it's got that low level, or it's got that broad rotation, I should say. And if it continues to tighten itself up, we could easily see this one kind of get going here. As it actually is tightening up just a little bit near Hagler. Interesting. So that's what we need to watch for very closely as well. Seeing in the chat, well, since these are slow movers and efficient rainmakers, I do think they could need a flash flood warning. That's most certainly possible. We could definitely get to a point where a flash flood warning is necessary. I do want to point out that we have 7 considerable severe thunderstorm warning polygons on the map right now. We have 2 on this pair of colliding supercells here near the Nebraska and Kansas border right here. We have 2 more polygons on the same storm near Hagler, as I think they have issued a second polygon there to try and expand it out. We also have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Wyoming. Actually, a pair of them now. These are going to be for Natrona, Converse, Johnson counties out here in Wyoming. Again, all of these are associated with 70-mile-per-hour winds associated with all that mass from these dry microburst kind of dry thunderstorms scenario where you have these elevated thunderstorms, and as they begin to dissipate, all that mass has to go somewhere, and it can't go up anymore because the updraft is falling apart. So all that mass has to go down. So essentially, if here's the surface and you have this elevated thunderstorm, this is the world's worst cloud, and you have an updraft in it, you have all this rain that's being able to suspend itself in the cloud, right? But when that updraft falls apart, oh man, I drew so many dots. When that updraft falls apart, you no longer have anything to hold up that rain, all that rain and all that mass. And these are pretty small water droplets that are up there. These are pretty dry thunderstorms. And all that mass has to come plummeting down to the earth. And so what happens is you get these winds that rush down to the surface and split out in all directions at very quick speeds, sometimes hurricane force wind gusts, as it does appear Germany has just taken the lead in stoppage time here to potentially win the match. Let's jump back down to Rawlins County in Kansas. They did issue a giant considerable severe thunderstorm warning to encompass both of these supercells here at this point. So that's going to be tagged for tennis ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, as things are still looking pretty juicy here near Ludell for the possibility of a tornado. So we need to watch this one very closely here. Let's take a look at, whoops, not that. That's a pretty monstrous hail core here. You can see a lot of these targets being suspended in the air above nothing. Again, that's your weak echo region. What have I done? I've shrunken my visual here. Yeah, definitely pretty concerning. The Stratton cell is definitely trying to reorganize itself as well, as it has now crossed the border into Kansas. So this one is also now north of Blakeman, Kansas, just across the border. So this is one we're going to watch out for as well in this area for a potential developing tornado risk here. This is a cell that already produced a pretty significant tornado risk a little bit ago. I don't have any confirmation on whether or not it did produce a tornado, as Germany has most certainly won this match here. Of course, anyone in this chat is not terribly concerned about the World Cup right this second, but I am. Let's see if we have an updated volumetric on here yet. Oh yeah, we do. Okay, so you see these silvers and grays coming out in the middle of this hail core here. I can go ahead and give it a little circle. Boom. That is going to be the area where you have the biggest risk for that tennis ball sized hail. So this storm could be producing very significant hail near areas like Liddell and just west of Herndon. Very, very significant hail is possible with this storm. So if you're anywhere in this giant, considerable severe thunderstorm warning polygon, you need to be taking this one very seriously for the hail risk as well as the tornado risk, as there are a pair of supercells in here that could become tornado producers. One of them currently tornado warned right now, as it does look still pretty decently concerning here near Liddell. If we did have a tornado here, it'd probably be rain wrapped. Things are a bit messy. We do have a couple special weather statements down off the east coast of Florida here. These are just tagged for winds, not really looking at any risk of water spouts with those. But we also have a severe thunderstorm warning here near Wellington and kind of headed right towards the densely populated coast. This one is tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1.25 inches hail. When you have the chance, can you look at the storms tomorrow in the STL metro area? Well, I can just kind of tell you about it. We're definitely going to get some storms. That's also where I live. We're going to get some storms here in the early afternoon tomorrow. And then right after that is where the more significant risk for severe weather is going to develop. We're going to have another line of thunderstorms, potentially semi-discrete supercells. It's going to roll through our area. Excuse me. And that is going to pose the risk for tornadoes for sure, as this hail core is just absolutely ridiculous. We are watching this very closely here as these two supercells continue to kind of butt heads against each other here. Pretty concerning stuff, as we definitely have a quite the decent area of rotation going on. This thing is pretty messy. I mean, I'll give it that. It's possible that we could have numerous little pockets of rotation around these combining supercells as they kind of smash heads against each other. If one of these updrafts can like fully take over here, as we did just have that tornado warning get lifted. So we are down to no tornado warnings on the map again for the time being. But we could definitely see one of these updrafts completely take over, one of these areas of rotation completely take over. And at that point, it would probably get enhanced in the low levels, and we could easily see a stronger tornado put out by this giant supercell if it is able to condense itself down into one supercell. So that's something we need to watch very, very closely over the next few minutes here. We got a question saying, what's the chance tomorrow of an enhanced severe threat tomorrow in St. Louis? Pretty high, I would say. I would be pretty surprised if we didn't get an enhanced for tomorrow. At least depending on where something's set up tonight. Now, there's a lot of fail modes associated with tonight's severe weather. I'm not going to get too deep into it as I want to stay in touch with what's going on out here with our risk tonight in the Central Plains. But there are numerous fail modes for tomorrow's severe weather event in Illinois and Missouri. As things look to be broadening back out with this rotation near Hagler, so that's good, as the tornado threat for this one is diminishing for the time being. We could still see it get reestablished. So we need to watch that one very closely here, as this is just becoming a complete mess. So we need to watch this very closely near the Kansas and Nebraska border in southwest Nebraska, northwest Kansas. Excuse me. We need to watch this very, very closely for what is going to happen as these cells continue to smash into each other and try to merge. Like I said, if we can get one giant supercell to form from this, we could have an enhanced low-level rotation and easily get a tornado put out of this. So we need to watch it very closely, not really experiencing any kind of a tornado threat in the next minute or two here, but let's check in on our considerable severe thunderstorm warnings out here in Wyoming. As you can see, all this is still pretty elevated here. We're looking at 12,000 feet in the air. But you'll notice like these clouds are not building super, super high here at all. And that is kind of a telling sign of some of these dry thunderstorms, essentially. They're kind of just mid-level storms. And like I said, when those storms kind of fall apart, when those updrafts collapse. All that mass has got to come back down, and it smashes to the surface, and it expands out in all directions, and you can get those potential hurricane force wind gusts associated with that. So that's why these are tagged with a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, despite not really having any kind of a risk of hail. And yeah, you can see all these are just tagged for 70-mile-per-hour winds, nothing else. Did I see hole in the wall? 7 miles east of Hole in the Wall to near Edgerton. That's awesome. Is there a town called Hole in the Wall? What's going on in Wyoming? I'm not seeing Hole in the Wall, Wyoming. Interesting. Very interesting. Let's take a look at eastern Colorado and see if any more storms are beginning to fire off. And it looks like some might be. We got another storm down here near Flagler, or maybe Flagler, Ariba as well. Another one out here near Deer Trail, which appears to be firing off some sort of a boundary here. Or perhaps that's its own outflow boundary. So some sort of a boundary that is going on interacting with this storm here. We could see that enhance a little bit of that low-level rotation. It's definitely possible. We're going to watch that one very closely here. Again, our most concerning cell right now is most certainly this combining set of two supercells here at the Kansas-Nebraska border that we have to watch very closely, as the dynamics of this as they combine could be pretty concerning here in about maybe 5 to 10 minutes. As you can see, this one is starting to wrap around quite nicely. So if it can establish some pretty good inflow, we will be all right in terms of having a tornado threat. We will not be all right in terms of if you're living there. But yeah, Akron, Colorado, Lorian is a dry as a bone. Don't worry. A town that we're both familiar with. Lorian saw her first tornado out there in Akron, Colorado. I saw a handful of funnel clouds and land spouts out there. Did not see a tornado, though. As our cell near Hagler might be trying to, yeah, it's trying to get itself going again. So this is one we're going to want to begin to watch much more closely here near Hagler, as it tries to get itself going and potentially ingest a little bit of spin and get going here. You can see that rotation just tightening up just a little bit, as this is kind of what we're looking at. It's not super tight, not super fast, but it's there. And we are looking decently low in the atmosphere here. So if this tightens up, the risk will be there pretty quickly for a potential tornado. We're just going to continue to monitor that one. Lorian says, "City so fire, I got it tatted." This is true. Lorian does have a tattoo on her arm, as does our good friend Taylor, another meteorologist here with us at Will Bratton WX. They saw that tornado together out there in Colorado. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at these considerable flash flood warnings that we have in place here in central Alabama. So these have not a lot of time left, but a lot of flash flooding was going on in this area. So this is for Jefferson, Walker, and Shelby counties in Alabama, kind of in the general Birmingham and Hoover kind of areas, as well as just northwest of there for areas like Adamsville and Sumiton, Dora, West Jefferson. The only areas I'm particularly familiar with out here are Birmingham and Hoover, though. Personally familiar with, anyway. So that's something we need to watch for as well. Jumping back to the Kansas and Nebraska and Colorado tri-state region, we're still watching things develop, as things are definitely tightening up near Hagler. So we're going to watch this one very closely, as it is definitely trying to get itself organized right now. So we can see a tornado threat begin to develop here over the next couple of minutes near Hagler, right at the border here of Kansas. I keep trying to say Canada for some reason. Right at the border of Kansas, Colorado, and Nebraska. The tri-state border is literally right next to this thing. There she is. As we did just get the latest scan, let's take a look. As, yeah, still continuing to uptrend here. Things are tightening up near Hagler. We're going to watch that one very, very closely. The next 5 minutes could become concerning. I'm seeing Brandon in the chat with Midwest Weather. What's going on, Brandon? It's good to hear from you, my man. He's the producer over there at Midwest Weather. Seeing a hello from Nebraska. Thank you for being live today. Of course. Welcome to the stream. We love Nebraska here. This is a unique opportunity I need to take advantage of as we have a Nebraska resident in the chat. Let me just enlighten your soul a little bit here. Okay. You can't look me in the eyes, my friend from Nebraska, and tell me that Nebraska does not look like an iron, like a clothing iron here. Okay? Watch. I'll make this really simple for you here. I'm just going to outline this iron, okay? Let's close out of this, and boom. We've already had this. Can I zoom out? Okay, I can't zoom out anymore. But it's Nebraska. We've already had this conversation. We've made an entire t-shirt about this conversation. I'm not going to plug my merch, but there's a t-shirt about this conversation. You can't look me in the eyes and tell me that the shape of Nebraska does not look like a clothing iron. You know, like here's your table, right? Those weird looking tables, right? And it's a clothing iron. That's what it is. That's on your end. Good. All right. That's all right. Again, we still have these considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. We're watching these merging supercells here near Atwood, Ludell, Herndon, Stratton, even Trier, out here at the Kansas and Nebraska border. This could become concerning here. We have the Nebraska resident, our resident Nebraska friend, saying, to me, it looks like a wide frying pan with a handle, but I can see your point with the iron. Thank you. Apparently, weather spotters, oh, there it is. Okay, how about that? Weather spotters have confirmed a tornado near Atwood. So we did have this. The storm was not warned. Oh, what have I done? The storm was not warned down here near Atwood. Tornado warned anyway, I should say. But we've been watching this pretty closely as there's various areas of where you can see pockets of rotation going on in this storm. You got an area over here. You got possibly a little area right there, a more convincing area over here. Various areas where you could have rotation here. So we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground near Atwood in Kansas. So if you are in the Atwood vicinity, you need to make sure you're getting down to a basement. We don't know exactly how strong this tornado is looking at the moment. But this is definitely a concerning tornado that we have out in Atwood. The rotation doesn't look super robust, but we don't have the latest scan. As these two supercells continue to combine and pose that tornado threat. Again, there's another area of rotation back here as well from the original updraft from the northernmost supercell. So we got to watch these ones very closely as we could see multiple tornadoes spawn out of here. But we do have a tornado confirmed on the ground near Atwood, Kansas. This is for Rawlins County, Kansas. So we're looking at right around here, and they have it marked as heading towards like the southeast, but let's be honest here. These storms are hardly moving. They are not really moving at all. I'm going to guess that maybe around here is where this tornado may be, or possibly down here. It's quite the messy setup here. It's really difficult to see. I wish we had eyes on the ground. I could tell you exactly what we were looking at if we had eyes on the ground and I could take a look at the storm visually. By itself. We do still have a pretty significant hail core going on here with quite the weak echo region going on here. As you can see, all of these targets up here being suspended above nothingness. That is going to be your bounded weak echo region, indicative of a very strong updraft. Meanwhile, down here near Hagler, still looking quite concerning to me here. although it looks like it has broadened out. The morphology kind of told me a little bit of a lie there, as the rotation has definitely broadened out just a little bit here. Adrian in the chat saying you can see the shape of the handle in the side of the state as Castellanos hits a long drive. That's a ball knowledge moment. For those who don't know, I actually dropped that reference on broadcast earlier this week. I don't remember what I was talking about. I was talking about something, and I was like, as Nick Castellanos hits a deep drive into left field, and so it'll be a 3-0 ball game. This is the last time I may ever wear this headset. Legendary moment. We do still have all these considerable severe thunderstorm warning polygons out here in kind of eastern Wyoming, large portions of Wyoming here. We do have Campbell, Weston, Converse, Natrona, Johnson counties, Bighorn, and Washakie counties as well, all here in considerable severe thunderstorm warning polygons in Wyoming. And these are all going to be for those kind of elevated thunderstorms that could be putting out some significant wind gusts associated with those downbursts. We did just get a severe thunderstorm warning in Box Elder County in Utah. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. As, yep, this is another one of those downburst scenarios. So you can watch, this storm is starting to dissipate here. I can pull a few more frames. And the National Weather Service out there near Salt Lake, I'm going to assume, decided that this storm, see, you're going to notice, you would think maybe right here is when it would be warned, but it's actually when the storm is dissipating. As when it dissipates, you can get those really vicious winds that come out and just push off associated with these downbursts. So this one is tagged for 70-mile-per-hour winds. Let's go ahead and get back to our confirmed tornado on the ground here in Kansas near Atwood. Not seeing any type of CC drop that would indicate debris being lofted by this tornado. We do have a tornado on the ground here near Atwood or Ludell, Kansas. And this is for Rawlins County. We all know disaster strikes when Nick Castellanos doesn't strike. This is true. Or rather, when he strikes the ball. Lorian says, Will, I figure I should at least enlighten you that my beloved Cubs blew a 6-0 lead on the Jays and lost 8-6. That is wonderful news as a St. Louisan who hates the Cubs. Thank you very much, Lorian, for providing me with a little bit of joy today. It's always screw the Cubs. Always. PCA is a fraud. Meanwhile, we do have quite the hail course still going on with our tornado-warned cell down here just on the Kansas side of the border. As, yeah, the secondary area of rotation is trying to get itself organized here. So this is kind of where you've got your inflow coming into this storm as things begin to wrap themselves back up. And this is from the original supercell here. So as this inflow gets kind of pinched off here, we could again see that type of rotation enhanced at the low levels as the inflow kind of gets turned into a little mini jet, just starts flying there. It's like it's putting your thumb over a garden hose. The same reference I've always used and will continue to use. That inflow, all that air has got to continue on its path. And since the avenue to get where it's going is smaller, it must speed up in order to continue to transport that mass. It's just basic laws of physics. Roll for Drama says, subscribe to nice coverage. You need more fans. Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't think I need fans. I just want more people to stay weather aware. As the tornado threat down here near Atwood is definitely increasing, as we could be seeing a debris signature here, but it's hard to tell with this hail core that's kind of suspended right above this thing. So we are continuing to watch this confirmed tornado on the ground as it heads towards the south-ish. It's kind of just sitting there as we can kind of just play through things here. You can see it's kind of just sitting there. So this is where we got the tornado. It could have a couple of, like a satellite tornado, a smaller tornado trying to touch down nearby as well. Again, that's speculation. That's not anything that we can necessarily confirm, as we are looking around 4,000 feet into the air, a little bit further from the radar here. As we are at a peak concurrent viewers record, that's exciting news. We could genuinely have like three little areas of rotation going on with this supercell right now, which is quite concerning. We have our main tornado here, which I labeled 1, and then we have these two other areas of possible concern as well that I've labeled 2 and 3 with my incredible drawing skills. This is like hardly legible numbers. That didn't help. Okay, that made it worse. Anyway, we have potentially 3 areas of rotation here. I'm just going to put circles on them, where we have a confirmed tornado on the ground. I'll mark that with a T. And then 2 other potential little satellite areas of rotation, as well as another area of rotation from the original supercell that could tighten up and spit out a tornado to the northwest. So a potential multi-tornado producing event going on with these merging supercells out here in northwestern Kansas, just shy of the Nebraska border. So we're in areas like Atwood, Ludell, Herndon, Trier, Oberlin, Kansas, an area I'm very familiar with. There's an incredible barbecue joint out there called the Western Frontier Barbecue, I believe is what it was, or the Wild Frontier Barbecue. It's on my Twitter. If you're ever in Oberlin, Kansas, you got to stop by. Just a couple of ladies make an incredible barbecue out there. It's just awesome. Really cool spot. Again, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground, as it's really hard to tell if this is a tornado debris signature. I mean, I can take a cross section, but I've been having all sorts of issues with our cross section tool here. Yeah, that's probably a debris signature. So we've most certainly got a tornado on the ground, potentially lofting debris 20,000 feet in the air. Again, it's kind of hard to tell what is interference from hail or not with this storm. That is not the right. That's not indicative right there, but yeah, you can see again significant rotation right here, which is now broadened out a little bit. But just above it, you have all that hail. This giant hail core sitting above this possible tornado. So this is a pretty difficult one, a very strong updraft, and a pretty difficult one to get a look at on radar. I wish we had a storm chaser out there right now. That would be incredible. I would also imagine that this storm, if you were in somewhere like just north of Gem or near like northwest of Selden right now, you'd be seeing the most incredible structure on this. We need to invest in auto pen for your circles. That's a thing. I can do that. That would be cool. Seeing up to 37 concurrent viewers right now. That's a new record for us here at Will Bratton WX. So I really appreciate everybody stopping by with us as we're covering this potential tornado outbreak. I don't think I would call it that, but a couple of tornadoes that are possible with the potential for a strong tornado or two out here in Kansas, as we've most certainly got 2 distinct areas of rotation now at this point. So we could have twins. We could be definitely having twins at this point, just southeast of Atwood as well as southeast of Ludell in Kansas here. And again, we are at now another new peak of 38 concurrent viewers watching our coverage here. Yeah, this is quite, what have I done? This is quite the concerning setup here as these 2 supercells continue to merge and interact with one another here. The northernmost one is kind of getting engulfed by the southernmost one, which is where our confirmed tornado is. So, and Adrian says we're about to hit 500 subscribers in just under 2 weeks. Thanks all. I couldn't agree more. I can't thank everybody enough. It is really an honor to have so many people tuning into our coverage. We're gonna have another forecast video coming out in the morning for our Father's Day forecast as well. So if you got plans with your father, especially in the Midwest near like Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, make sure that you tune into that one, as it's going to be important as we still have this monstrous hail core. So we have a confirmed tornado on the ground, possible second area of rotation where we could have a second tornado trying to put itself down on the ground. And we have potentially tennis balls made of ice falling out of the sky at this point. So this is an extremely concerning storm down here near Atwood, Ludell, just south of Herndon and Trier, west of Oberlin, Kansas. Roll for Drama says they've invited a group of weather friends to stop by. I really appreciate that. Race Jarrett says, I concur. Lots of folks out here in the chat. I really appreciate everybody tuning into our severe weather coverage here. This other supercell near Hagler is definitely, the rotation anyway, is completely fallen apart, which is a good thing. Well, we could see it recycle itself, potentially ingesting some of these other little convective areas, trying to get up in there. We could easily see that happen and see it try to get reestablished. but I'm not really concerned about it right this minute. Our number one concern is most certainly this supercell down here, which is continuing to look very, very concerning. This is a very tight couplet at this point. I'm not really seeing a tornado debris signature, a TDS, at the current moment. Yeah, we do have multiple areas where we could be trying to get rotation here. Obviously, our most robust area of rotation is going to be right here to the southeast of Ludell and to the east-south, or the east-southeast, I guess, of Atwood. That's our primary area of rotation. But again, we have all sorts of little areas where you could have possible rotation trying to get going. Nothing super robust at all. But we have one very robust area of rotation where we've got a confirmed tornado on the ground that we are watching very closely here. Again, I'm not seeing a tornado debris signature. That's indicating that we are getting debris lofted high into the air here, which is good. We saw potentially earlier a tornado debris signature, not seeing it anymore. If anyone's able to find a picture of this tornado, definitely let me know. We did just get another severe thunderstorm warning. This is a considerable one that was issued very broadly for this entire cluster of 2 supercells. And this is probably going to be Tortag. Yep. So we have a 2.5-inch hail threat observed, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts also observed. We also have an observed tornado on the ground here. So this is a supercell that's posing all hazards right now, pushing towards areas like Rexford, Selden, Leahville, Dresden, Oberlin, McDonald, Beardsley, Blakeman, Atwood, areas that it's already been as well. So this considerable severe thunderstorm warning is for, where are we at? There should be Cheyenne and Dundee counties in Kansas. We also have Decatur and Rawlins County as well. So a handful of counties down here impacted by the storm. Again, this one is looking pretty concerning here. Still not seeing any guaranteed type of tornado debris signature. But yeah, we definitely have a confirmed tornado on the ground here. This tornado warning was just updated a little bit. They shrunk it down. The last time this tornado was confirmed was at 5:26 p.m. The last time it was radar confirmed was at 5:19 p.m. So that we do have confirmation that what we saw earlier was in fact a tornado debris signature. We're not seeing one right now on radar. And we did just get a flash flood warning dropped here into Kansas. This is for Rawlins County with all this immense precipitation that's falling and just kind of hovering right down here over Rawlins County, Kansas, because these storms are not really moving much of any at all. As we did just get a visual on this tornado. It is a little bit rain wrapped. I want to emphasize this is not our photo. This is Casey Cadell Weather, his photo here, or their photo. And that tornado is right there. Whoops. This pen is a little too large. Let's go ahead and shrink that down. This tornado is right there. So that's what we're looking at. We're looking at a stovepipe tornado out there in Kansas. So definitely a damaging tornado. This isn't a little spin up guy. I'm going to go ahead and repost this on Twitter so you guys can view it yourself. And I'll drop the link in the chat here as well. Okay, there's the link in the chat. All right. We are deep into the coverage of this pair of supercells that is combined and put down a damaging tornado near Atwood and Ludell, Kansas, out in Rawlins County. We are watching this one closely. There's also a flash flood warning in place for Rawlins County with this storm that has just kind of been stalled out, basically, this supercell, and rather pair of supercells, as the northernmost supercell has kind of been ingested, and we just have a very monstrous looking supercell out here. I need to make the pen a little bigger again now. There we go. We do have quite the monstrous supercell. And again, we are looking at a large area of effect, basically, where the supercell is pushing towards. So if you're in any of those counties out here in Kansas, for Decatur and Rawlins counties, you need to be taking this one pretty seriously. There's a confirmed tornado on the ground. As maybe, just maybe, we've contacted one single piece of debris. Kidding, that is too small of a CC drop to confirm that we have a tornado there. But we've most certainly got a tornado on the ground here. The last time this tornado was confirmed was 5 minutes ago. The last time it was radar confirmed was 12 minutes ago. So this tornado has been on the ground for at least 12 minutes. We can go ahead and turn on spotter dots for a quick second here and see there's all sorts of folks around here. So we're going to continue to probably get good visuals. Hunter Folks is out there, actually. How about that? That dude's everywhere. I see Jessica Moore is out there. What other names do I recognize? John McKinney's out there. A new friend of ours that I met up in Nebraska. I don't know if I know anyone else, any of these other names. I'm skimming quickly. I'm sure there's names that I know that I'm missing, but yeah, lots of folks out there. So we're going to continue to probably get visuals on this storm on Twitter. Because I am hearing that, yeah, this has been upgraded to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning where we have had 90-mile-per-hour winds recorded, observed. So confirmed 90-mile-per-hour winds. This is becoming a very, very vicious and concerning severe thunderstorm out here near the Nebraska-Kansas border. This is going to encompass Decatur and Rawlins County for this destructive severe thunderstorm that has a flash flood warning for Rawlins County and has a tornado confirmed on the ground south of Liddell and southeast of Atwood, Kansas. So if you're anywhere in the path of this storm, or especially underneath it right now, it's not moving anywhere quick. So if you're in its general vicinity, you got to be taking this one very seriously. And the outflow from this storm in areas like Oberlin and eventually towards like maybe Norcatur, Clayton, Jennings, Dresden, Leahville, Selden, McDonald, and Beardsley, where you have outflow from this storm, are going to be pretty ridiculously quick as well. I'm seeing in the chat we had 89-mile-per-hour winds recorded near Atwood, Kansas at around 5:28 p.m. On our destructive severe thunderstorm warning, let's see, we did have trained weather spotters recording 90-mile-per-hour winds south of Atwood. And just to be clear, 90-mile-per-hour winds are hurricane force winds. They are tornado force winds. They're no joke. So even if you're not getting hit by a tornado, if you're getting hit by a wall of wind, that is not something you want to play around with. So this is a very, very concerning, destructive cluster of supercells here going on, as our rotation has significantly broadened out over the last scan, really, the last couple of minutes. We do see multiple areas where rotation could be trying to get going again, such as right over Atwood yet again, as this cell continues to try and recycle itself multiple times due to the multiple updrafts that are competing here for resources. Now, let's keep in mind there's plenty of resources available and not a lot of congestion. There's not many other storms that have been active on the map at all to use any of those resources. So these two storms are just competing with each other. And there are enough resources for both of them to continue to exist. So this is still a very, very concerning pair of thunderstorms down here. As yeah, we do have multiple areas of rotation. This is really a powerful thunderstorm here, as we have multiple possible areas of rotation going on near Blakeman, Atwood, Ludell, south of Herndon, southwest of Oberlin. So we're going to continue to monitor this one very, very closely. Let's take the latest look at the hail core here, if I can. As there she is, we have quite the hail core going on. See those silvers and grays getting into the mix in the middle here. That is where your biggest risk for that tennis ball sized hail is going to be. Yeah, very concerning hail core here. The storm is tagged for tennis ball sized hail. So 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts, tornadoes, tennis ball sized hail, flash flooding. This storm has everything that you would ever need to be concerned about. A very, very, very concerning one out here in northwestern Kansas. All right, let's check in on our storms out in Wyoming. We do still have a handful of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing here. Again, these are all for those types of dry type of downburst events where you have these elevated supercells slash thunderstorms, strong thunderstorms here. And when these updrafts collapse, everything's got to come down very quickly. It hits the ground and it goes out in all directions, and you can get hurricane force wind gusts associated with those. So that's why you're seeing considerable tagged severe thunderstorm warnings. These ones are tagged for 70-mile-per-hour winds. I'm seeing Tornado TRX in the chat saying, I'm in Xi'an, China. Will the hail get to me? I don't know, man. It might teleport. You never know. So you need to take it very seriously. What are you doing out in China? Enjoy that. That's awesome, dude. That's a very well-known creator in the space. Who also has a phenomenal name, by the way. Just kind of want to throw that out there. Shares the wonderful name of Will with me. Truly incredible stuff. Yeah, as we do still have an area of rotation trying to recycle here. So this storm is currently reorganizing itself, most likely not a tornado on the ground at this point, but it is most certainly reorganizing itself and is trying to put out another one. So within the next couple of scans here, we need to continue to watch this one extremely closely, as you can just see the way it's beginning to hook out and show that morphology on radar. Whoa, wonderful line drawing skills here, Will. Just incredible work. Where you have this inflow coming in here and you have the storm pulling around down here. The RFD is getting reestablished at this point. And your forward flank downdraft is also getting reestablished at this point. So as that RFD begins to occlude your forward flank downdraft, essentially it's going to push out this direction. And as it does that, this inflow is going to get pinched off like putting your thumb over a garden hose. And we're going to see the potential for another potentially strong tornado to get squeezed out of this thing. So we need to watch this very, very closely over the next couple of minutes. We do still have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning from the earlier Hagler thunderstorm, which is becoming, it's starting to interact with some of these other thunderstorms as numerous storms are beginning to fire off, as we have a little bit of an outflow boundary going on through Winona, Russell Springs, and Brewster, just east of the Goodland radar. So that's going to pose the risk of throwing off a couple of, or initiating, I should say, a couple more thunderstorms, as it looks like that's what it's doing. Yep, you can see one firing off of that boundary here near Oakley. So ideally, we would get more thunderstorms down here that are going to move up north and smash into this storm and suffocate it so that we can kill our tornado risk off. That's the ideal scenario here. So we're going to continue to watch closely for that. But yeah, this our thunderstorm, our former tornado producing thunderstorm is definitely reestablishing itself right now and trying to get itself going again. So we're going to continue to watch this one very, very closely here. Just a quick recap. We are in Rawlins County, Kansas, where there was a confirmed tornado, most likely not on the ground at this current moment. But we do have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Decatur and Rawlins counties out here in areas like McDonald, Beardsley, Atwood, Liddell, Oberlin, Herndon, Trier. And it looks like we did just have another severe thunderstorm warning put on the Hagler storm out ahead of it, as this one is not going to be a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, just a normal one, tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds, as well as 0.88-inch hail. That's really specific. I guess that's the number they put on the map for nickel-sized hail. Interesting. This one's going to be headed out towards Benkelman and Max in Nebraska, by the way. I guess I should throw that out there. We have Gage and Jefferson counties here. Oh my goodness. Let's take another look at this hail core here, as again, this is just a monstrous hail core. And you can actually see a bounded weak echo region going on here. It's pretty unique. You don't see this all the time on a volumetric scan, but you can see that bounded weak echo region going on here, which is really interesting. You have all these targets suspended above. You got your updraft very visually evident. So that is quite unique. You don't see that all the time in a volumetric scan, as I just took another volumetric scan of nothingness. As you can see, this storm just really not moving much. I mean, it's pushing towards the south, but very slowly. It is still trying to reestablish itself and get some good inflow going here. Looks like the last time that we had this tornado confirmed was actually quite a while ago, about 16 minutes ago. We do have tons of spotters in the area, so if this thing gets back on the ground, we are going to know it pretty quickly. But it is most likely rain-wrapped, as it was mostly rain-wrapped earlier when it was on the ground, and we got that visual of it. That link is still in the chat if you want to take a look at that visual for yourself. I'm not going to show it again, as it's not our photo. I did show it very briefly, though. Then we still have a flash flood warning in place for Rawlins County, Kansas, as well. They have gone ahead and shrunk down the tornado warning, just condensed it a little bit here. We did actually have it confirmed as of 1 minute ago. They've confirmed that this tornado is still on the ground. Weather spotters have confirmed this tornado is south of Atwood. Okay, I see. So we do still have a confirmed tornado on the ground, which, to be honest with you, really surprises me at this point. Not really seeing much of a tornado debris signature, unless that's, I mean, that should not be it. Maybe it is it. We may have a very large, it's just really hard to tell because these DBC values are pretty low here. So not typically indicative, super indicative anyway, of that being a tornado debris signature. Although it is coming up into the atmosphere just a bit. So it's definitely possible that we've got a tornado on the ground here. Nonetheless, we have a very, very, very prominent bounded weak echo region here. So this is a very strong updraft. Again, this isn't something that you see all the time. Very, 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 very strong weak echo region, bounded weak echo region, excuse me. And this is a my goodness, how many times am I going to accidentally pull out a cross section that I'm not trying to make here? Yeah, this is a confirmed tornado with very high DBZ values, somewhat co-located with a CC drop that's somewhat co-located with our velocity couplet here. This is just a really tough one to gauge on radar, to be quite honest with you. But this was confirmed by weather spotters south of Atwood as of literally 2 minutes ago. Yeah, I'm not really convinced that this is fully a debris signature here at this point. Nonetheless, though, we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground. This is southeast of Atwood. There aren't really any towns in this area, but we are out here in Rawlins County. So if you're in Rawlins County, especially southeast of Atwood. You got to be paying very close attention to this one. Get yourself to a basement or something like that as quickly as possible, as we do have some possible news here really quick that I can show, which is really exciting. Let's go ahead and take a look here. As would you look at that? We have just hit 500 subscribers. So that's incredible. Thank you guys so much for being here. That's awesome stuff. That's a really, really big step for us. So I'm really grateful for all the support. We're continuing to do the best coverage that we absolutely can. We've got such a large, incredible team here. As Nick Castellanos hits it. No, we really genuinely, we have such an incredible team. I'm so honored to have all the support that we do. Of course, I would love to talk about it a little bit more, but I'm very grateful right now. Our thoughts are with the folks that may be impacted by this tornado at the moment. So that's where we're going to kind of stick to. But we have hit 500 subscribers. It's a pretty big milestone. So very, very grateful for that. Thank you guys very, very much. And Team Kenny 9990 was in fact our 500th subscriber. So thank you very much for that, Team Kenny. As we do have quite the outflow boundary showing up here on radar. It's wonderful when these happen close to the radar sites because you can see them on radar, stretching from Russell Springs through Winona and up through Brewster, which is beginning to fire off a little bit more convection. That could pose problems for our supercell, which would be great, as hopefully we can get this thing to stop putting down tornadoes. Yeah, still a very concerning one here. With a possible tornado debris signature, but I'm not convinced that that's a tornado debris signature at all. I'm not going to try and sit here and say that we have a radar confirmed tornado when we definitely, I would say we definitely don't. But as of 5 minutes ago, this tornado was visually seen by weather spotters, confirmed on the ground. So multiple tornadoes have been put down by this storm, if not potentially one long-tracked tornado, or at least long-lived tornado. It hasn't really gone far. As this supercell, I can go ahead and play the loop here. The supercell just has not moved much at all. So we're continuing to watch this one very closely as it schlecks on down to the south. Calamity Jess Weather saying, my friends in Buffalo, Wyoming say it's getting windy. I have a hard time keeping an eye on them because the closest radar is on the other side of the mountains. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's really difficult to deal with some of these areas in eastern Wyoming here. Like I've kind of mentioned before, I don't know exactly where Buffalo, oh, there it is. So there's Buffalo, Wyoming. And again, kind of the same thing I was talking about earlier. We're just really concerned about these elevated thunderstorms. When their updrafts collapse, all that mass has to rush down to the surface very quickly, and you get those hurricane force gusts that come down associated with it. So not really hail producers, not really tornado producers, but when these storms begin to dissipate, you can get some really, really vicious winds. Coming back to Rawlins County, Kansas, though, that is where our confirmed tornado on the ground is at, which we are going to continue to stay with, as this storm just doesn't want to move much. At this point, it's possible that this is a debris ball that we're looking at here on radar. If it is, it would be a very large one. Again, I'm just not fully convinced that that's what we're looking at here. As, yeah, see, this doesn't connect all the way to the ground. So I'm not really thinking that's a debris ball there. But we do have a confirmed tornado that we have eyes on from spotters in the area. I'll go ahead and show spotter dots again. You can see all sorts of folks down there, including a handful of reliable sources like Bryce Shelton. I didn't know he was out there, just seen him now. We saw John McKinney out there earlier. I'm sure he's right there. There he is. We saw Hunter Folks out there as well. Lots of folks that, that's funny. Hunter Folks, lots of folks, people that we know out there that we can trust. Weather spotters who do a great job, storm chasers out there. So we're going to continue to have this one confirmed for every second of its life cycle, and we will know as soon as it lifts off the ground, most likely. So still have a very significant hail core present with this sucker as well. You can see some of those silvers getting into there. Again, that's always where your biggest concern is for that giant hail. But again, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground. Also a destructive severe thunderstorm warning here, with up to 90 mile per hour wind gusts, as well as tennis ball sized hail. Frozen tennis balls falling out of the sky. That is some scary stuff. So it looks like we have this other supercell just north of Brewster. I wouldn't call it a supercell yet, but it kind of looks like it wants to get going. So we're going to continue to monitor this one closely as well. The main concern here is we could see another merger. As you can see, all sorts of outflow boundaries getting set up on the radar here. And this is definitely going to pose the concern for more convection to fire off and take advantage of low-level vorticity. So ingest some of that spin. But as this cell begins to move this direction towards the current tornado producer, we could see them merge and undergo the same fate that we saw earlier, where at that point, we're going to see a new updraft take over somewhere. My map's getting a little messy, but we would see a new updraft take over somewhere in this area, maybe near Gem, Kansas. And at that point, we could see another strong, potentially strong tornado get slapped down here as that storm would recycle itself. So we need to watch that very closely. Of course, our main concern is the tornado that's currently on the ground, though. Yeah, it's just really hard to gauge here exactly what we're looking at on radar anyway. So much interference with the hail with this tornado being a bit rain-wrapped. Team Kenny saying, I like the calm live stream. I appreciate that. One of the things we pride ourselves on here is trying to make sure that we're giving really clear weather information, but we're not doing any of the hype, any of the nonsense, fear mongering, the stuff that really damages the trust in meteorologists and inevitably leads to people getting hurt, stuff that you may see on various social media platforms. We're not about any of that stuff. We are about looking at the radar and analyzing it very deeply, looking at things like outflow boundaries. We're looking at the destructive severe thunderstorm warning tags, as we've just gotten another one put out here, which I'll go over in just a second. But we're doing things the right way. We're trying to do things with the public in mind at all times. Our number one goal is to keep people safe. We're going to be doing charity work as well as soon as we get to a point where we're able to do that and commit the resources to it. So, our goals are completely centered around my values and the morals that we want to continue to have instilled. So, again, we did just have another destructive severe thunderstorm warning issued, this time for Sheridan and Thomas counties. It's an extension of our original supercell, and this is definitely a precautionary one as well, as we do have this other cell, multiple other cells that are going to interact with our current very strong and tornado-producing conglomerate supercell mess up here near Atwood. So as these all continue to combine, things are going to get a little bit messier. We're going to get more of a cluster of thunderstorms where the tornado risk may diminish or it may become stronger. It just depends how this interaction happens. If the tornado risk diminishes, though, we'll probably see a very increased risk for large to very large, even giant hail, as well as very, very strong and damaging wind gusts, hurricane force wind gusts up to 90 or maybe even higher miles per hour. So that is going to be the main concern as we continue to monitor the situation going on here in northwest Kansas. We can go ahead and check in on our friends out in Buffalo, Wyoming here. Still looking at these upper level winds. Again, we're looking 12,000 feet in the air because of the mountains. It's kind of a mess out here in Colorado. It's hard to get good radar data. But these storms are definitely producing significant winds in a line down here, up to 70-mile-per-hour winds in various places, especially in northeast Colorado. So if you're in those areas, got to take that very seriously as well. I am seeing from Adrian, one of our storm chasers, who's kind of echoing some of his thoughts to us in one of our private chats here. He's talking about the same thing that I just mentioned. So down near areas like Colby or Gem is my number one concern, where we could have a very, very vicious conglomerate supercell pushed together here as things are rapidly developing off this outflow boundary that's stretching all the way from Russell Springs through Winona, Brewster, up to Bird City and St. Francis and Hale along that white line. I guess I can go ahead and draw it in magenta. Might be a little easier to see. Something like that. I guess this is, let me draw this a little better. My drawing skills are just absolutely putrid. But there you go. There's your outflow boundary that is set up that we can see on radar because it happens to be so close to the Goodland radar, which is very convenient. That's just initiating a lot more of this convection. And as things continue to interact with one another, we could see a very, very significant MCS or mesoscale convective system, just a giant conglomerate of thunderstorms, essentially. We could see one of those develop and bring the risk for giant hail, maybe embedded tornadoes, and potentially up to hurricane force winds as we continue to monitor it. The last time that we had this tornado confirmed was, in fact, 13 minutes ago, and the polygon has 4 minutes left until it expires. We do still have plenty of weather spotters in the area. The couplet is still pretty tight. We could easily have a tornado on the ground still at this very moment. We haven't really been able to confirm it on radar since like 40 minutes ago almost. I think almost exactly 40 minutes ago was the last time we confirmed this on radar. So a pretty concerning storm here. Meanwhile, in the very northwesternmost portion of Kansas, we do have another possible supercell trying to get going here, where I'm not really seeing any significant rotation now, but if it interacts with this boundary down here, here's your supercell here. And if it interacts with that boundary, whether it's from the boundary pushing to the north or the cell pushing to the south, we could see that spin get enhanced on the local scale, and we could see a very, very quick development of tornado genesis there. So that's one we need to watch as well. Things are starting to get really messy out here. We're going to be jumping around really quickly, so bear with me. There's all sorts of things we need to pay attention to. Thankfully, we're kind of clustered to one region right now, which is nice, as we sit out here in northwestern Kansas, right near the tri-state region, really, of Nebraska, Colorado, and Kansas. We do have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings in southeastern Nebraska. I don't know what I guess this is the closest radar site. These are probably going to be tagged for large to very large hail potentially here, as it looks like we're seeing some pretty strong DBZ values. And yeah, definitely a very strong and kind of developing hail core. We're a little bit elevated as we're kind of in a radar hole here. So the lowest scan we can get is around 7,500 feet in the air. But we do have a pair of severe thunderstorm warning polygons here. I wouldn't be surprised to see one of these get upgraded to considerable with the type of hail this thing looks like it could be producing. Whoa, that's better. Yeah, still very, very concerning out here. It's so hard to tell if we've got any kind of a tornado debris signature. I wouldn't be surprised to see a new tornado warning polygon get slapped on the map, as this one is about to expire. But this is an absolute monster of a supercell here, just enormous supercell. And we are getting very, very close to interaction with this other convection down here near Levant, and as well as the one down here near Oakley or Sagan. And when this all starts to interact with our main supercell, giant supercell mess going on near Atwood and Oberlin, we're gonna see very quickly what's gonna happen. Basically, it's hard to say exactly what's going to happen. Like I said, we could get enhanced spin near areas like Colby or Gem as a new updraft establishes and takes advantage of all that energy and just sucks in everything. Or we could see kind of a conglomerate mess start to form where we're gonna have a much more significant risk for an embedded tornado that would be significantly rain wrapped, as well as a more significant risk for widespread wind damage and large to very large or even giant hail. So we got to watch this very closely, as this outflow boundary is very, very prominent all the way from Russell Springs, Winona, Brewster, up through St. Francis, and even into Colorado just a little bit. That's a Stratton, Colorado. Was I not just talking about a Stratton, Nebraska? Yeah, that's interesting. So we have two Strattons really close to each other, Stratton, Nebraska and Stratton, Colorado, right there. All of what? I don't know, 50 miles apart. I don't really know exactly what the distance scale is looking like here. Yeah, I did want to, while we have a quick second and our tornado warning was lifted. So we are now sitting here with no tornado warnings on the map. My overlay should update any second here. I did want to take another very quick minute to just thank everybody for 500 subscribers. That's while it might seem like a small accomplishment, it is a pretty significant one to us. We're like exactly 2 weeks in since launch. I think our first video was like we might be less than 2 weeks in. Hang on, when do we? Yeah, we are less than 2 weeks in. Tomorrow would be 2 weeks in. So we are really, really young in our coverage here, but things are going very, very well. I'm super, super excited about where this is going. As we did just get another tornado warning polygon thrown up on the map, so we are back to having a tornado warning. This is for Decatur and Rawlins counties in Kansas. So no longer a confirmed tornado, but we do still have a tornado warning in place here. And this is going to be at north of Rexford, northwest of Selden, north of Gem, west of Leaville and Dresden, out here for Decatur and Rawlins counties, Kansas. As we are getting really, really close to that time here where we're going to have all this congestion, and we are going to very quickly find out what's going to happen as a result. There's no way to say exactly what will happen. What we do know is that this giant supercell is more than powerful enough to withstand the merging here and continue to survive. It's a very, very strong supercell. So we could easily see it survive that merge and continue to be a possible tornado and hail producer. Just exactly what that's going to look like, we're just going to have to wait and find out, basically. It's a giant waiting game here. And again, we are concerned with this outflow boundary that's set up kind of right around Goodland. That is largely contributing to our congestion here, which is a good thing. If we can get this really congested and ideally give it a fail mode version of congestion, that would be great. It is a possible fail mode. As it looks like the inflow is starting to get cut off a little bit from our original updraft. So we may see the development of a new updraft very quickly take over in the next few minutes. And that would be still increasingly concerning. They did go ahead and severe warn our cell that we were talking about that looks like it might want to interact with that outflow boundary soon and become supercellular. Not really seeing any rotation associated with it right now. We're going to watch that one very closely in case it does begin to get spinning. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning issued on this little cluster of thunderstorms, kind of a Boeing segment going on here in central Nebraska. So this is for areas like Mason City, Litchfield, Loop City. When you get these Boeing segments, you will sometimes get the risk for embedded QLCS tornadoes. So essentially just tornadoes embedded in a line of thunderstorms. This is, it looks like we got a lot of radar interference. Let's try the Tedford radar. Yeah, it's kind of hard to get a good picture on this one as we're sort of in a radar hole here. But when you get cells in a line and you get that little S shape, when you get this little S shape, something like this, that is where you can quickly, very, very quickly see tornado genesis and get those spin up tornadoes, excuse me. So that's going to be a continued concern here. Again, we do only have one tornado warning in place right now. It looks like the inflow is starting to get cut off just a little bit, or at least get contaminated at the very least, which is a good sign. It's going to limit our tornado risk, at least temporarily. But as things merge, we're going to have to continue watching this very, very closely. Now, it's still possible that we have a tornado on the ground, but if we do, it's most likely very rain-wrapped and near impossible for any spotters to have a great view on it. As you can see, everyone's starting to flee south in preparation for this giant merge event that's going to go on here. Things are going to get messy very, very quickly, and the storm motion could dramatically change here in the next few minutes as we get more clustering going on. We did have this cell from out here near Goodland is now beginning to merge with our main supercell conglomerate mess. And then we have this other one down here near Angeles, Sagan, and Menro, or Mento. What was that? What was that town name? Menlo. Excuse me. As that one gets ingested into the inflow here, that could generate all sorts of interesting things here. Just to give a very, very brief conversation into tomorrow as we wait on the next couple of radar scans here, as yeah, things are still pretty tight here. We could easily have a tornado on the ground. It's just not lofting debris high enough where we're seeing it on radar. So if we do have a tornado on the ground, it's either not hitting anything, which is probably more probable as there's nothing in this area as far as I know. We can disable the radar. It's just in open fields right now. So this tornado is either not hitting anything or it is weak enough where we're not getting radar lofted even about 3,000 to 4,000 feet in the air, which is the height we're looking at here on radar. Hopefully it is weak. More likely it's some combination of both. Yeah, things are developing quickly just west of our conglomerate mess, north of Brewster, where we have really, really high DBZ values starting to get picked up as this thing develops a possible hail core. We'll go ahead and take a look at it. Yeah, it is definitely trying to develop a hail core. Unfortunately, it's so close to the radar we can't even see the top of the storm. You can see it getting cut here, which is kind of funny. It's getting a haircut right there from the radar beam, as the radar beam isn't going any higher than that. My drawing skills are just brutal, man. Sorry about that. And again, the rotation is still very much there. The inflow for this storm is beginning to get contaminated, but we could still easily have a tornado on the ground at this point. So it's one that needs to be taken very seriously. Meanwhile, this cell up here near Bird City and Wheeler and McDonald is continuing to concern me because it's not posing any kind of a tornado threat right this second, but as more convection fires off of this boundary just to the south and interacts with it, we could easily see it ingest some of that vorticity and become tornadic. Again, these are two destructive severe thunderstorm warning polygons on the map, including a flash flood warning and a tornado warning. So we have 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible and recorded with this thing, as well as tennis ball sized hail potentially, which we had seen recorded earlier, or observed, I should say, rather than recorded. Observed earlier. As there's our new updraft beginning to form out to the west, right here, closest to us in purple. And then here is the look at the closer one. It looks a little sloppy when I make the polygon so big, or the volume so big. But this hail core is definitely depleting, which is a good sign. As hopefully these updrafts are weakening here. That would be ideal. Whoa. There we go. Let's try that again. Yeah, we're going to continue to monitor these very, very closely. Out in Utah, we do still have a couple of elevated thunderstorms that could produce a significant wind risk, as you can see. What appears to, I'm going to double check here. I'm not really convinced this is an outflow boundary, or any kind of a surface boundary, but we definitely do have a severe thunderstorm warning. Again, these are the types of elevated thunderstorms that can produce those significant winds as they begin to dissipate. Now, we did see numerous convective allowing models earlier today emphasizing the possibility of, okay, why is Pueblo not giving me velocity data? That's strange. Okay, there we go. I guess it was like loading in. We've seen multiple model runs demonstrating discrete supercells, or at least one discrete supercell, firing off in the southwestern portion of Kansas, coming out of Colorado. We could be seeing that near Springfield, Colorado right now. This could be the one that does it. If it can stay by itself and stay dominant and move into Kansas where the more favorable environment is, that storm could easily become a tornado producer and a very large hail producer as well. So we're going to continue to watch that one. So if you're in southwest Kansas near Dodge City and surrounding areas, you need to stay vigilant of that. Just stay aware. There's no immediate risk, but just stay aware. Again, this is just one tornado warning polygon on the map right now for Decatur and Rawlins County, Kansas. Nothing confirmed, but a very large area of concerning severe thunderstorm development, destructive severe thunderstorms are on the map right now. As this storm just north of Brewster is very quickly developing a hail core here. Let's take a look at it. This thing is shooting up like crazy. It's like a firework. You can see those silvers and grays coming through there. Again, that's your hail core. That's your largest amount of energy being returned to the radar is from those areas. So that's where you could have those very large hailstones potentially coming into contact with the radar beam and reflecting tons of energy, as wet hailstones are incredible reflectors of energy. I did not mean to do that. I don't know what I just did there. As we look at, again, this is kind of an arbitrary algorithmically derived value. But this is the possibility of severe hail. And obviously you can see the significant hail that we had earlier near Atwood and Ludell has definitely lessened. But this Brewster storm is shooting up like crazy. So we need to watch that one very, very closely here. As I think this is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning here. Interestingly, it is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. I'm guessing. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure the point of this one. I guess there must have been significant winds that were observed, or oh, okay, that's why. Yeah, we do have very, very, very fast winds associated with this storm north of Tribune and Selkirk, south of Sharon Springs and Wallace. So this is not one that's dumping any kind of hail right now. It might not even hardly be raining much, but it is a windbag right here. So if you're anywhere out in the vicinity of this one, you definitely need to bunker down for some very strong winds headed your way as things start to get rolling here. We are clustering up very quickly in northwest Kansas here. Our cell near Bird City, still not really ingesting any kind of rotation, but if it does, it could become very concerning here. Again, it's not long from either interacting physically with the outflow boundary that's set up down here or interacting with some of the convection that's firing off of it. Again, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Our original destructive severe thunderstorm warning has been actually lowered to a considerable now for 70-mile-per-hour winds and an 1.75 inch hail associated with that one. We still have this tornado risk or tornado warning in effect. This rotation, though, has broadened out quite a bit. I would suspect that they're going to go ahead and remove this tornado warning within the next couple of minutes here. It still has 30 minutes remaining on it. So if you're in this polygon out here in Decatur and Rawlins County, in Kansas, you need to be in a basement, in a storm shelter, something like that, to the best of your ability. And then north of Brewster, we have a very significant hail core, continuing to try to develop here. As this storm is shooting up like crazy. I see Kristen B67 in the chat saying hello all. Hello, Kristen. How you doing? Also seeing there are reports in Selden, Kansas of visibilities dropping significantly since the inflow is pulling lots of air and lifting lots of dust. So we could have a little bit of haboob action going on, I'm hearing, potentially, in Kansas. For Sheridan and Thomas counties in Kansas, we have had a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Um, uh, Again, that is this original one. It's been downgraded from a destructive to a considerable here. Or actually, no. Wait a minute. Hang on. Hang on a minute. That's this destructive one. Did they downgrade this one? Possibly. They may have downgraded this one just a little bit. We'll see. We'll watch that one closely. Right now, it's tagged for 90-mile-per-hour winds and baseball-sized hail here. Thank you. Alrighty. My dinner has arrived. We'll get to that in a minute. We still do have a tornado warning in place. We're going to let this expire before I talk about my grub session. It's also seems very warm at the moment, so I might need to wait on it. We had another severe thunderstorm warning issued for Gage County, Nebraska. We can go ahead and jump over to that, as that is going to be for the cell we were looking at earlier. So this is now near Holmesville, Wymore, Barnston, and Library. So it's probably tagged for wind and small hail. We're in a little bit of a radar hole, so it's hard to get a good picture on it. It is tagged, in fact, for wind and small hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds here. And I think that's a warning that was already there. They just shrunk it down a bit. We have actually been upgraded to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in central Nebraska with these straight line winds that I was talking about a little bit ago. So this is now tagged for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts for areas like Litchfield, Loop City, Ashton, Rockville, Hazard. This one is going to be Howard, Sherman, and Valley counties in Nebraska. We got to watch those ones closely. And again, our only tornado warning still here in Kansas, as it's probably going to go ahead and get lifted pretty soon. That inflow is becoming contaminated, and we're getting a little bit more of a Boeing segment here. Things could easily reorganize, and we could have an enhanced tornado threat not too terribly long from now, though. So we got to continue to monitor this one very, very closely. We still have the hail core beginning to build northwest of Levant and north/northeast of Brewster, Kansas, as we take a little bit of a zoom out and see what's going on around the map. That's not what I meant to do. That might have been a little preview there. That is not what I meant to do at all. I'm trying to see about the possibility of getting a little bit of a food cam going here in just a minute. All right, this is stupid. To be 100% honest with you, this is stupid. But you know what? Let's do it. We're gonna get a little food cam going here, as I happen to have an old webcam that I still have hooked up. So we got some green beans, some rice, and some grilled chicken, courtesy of my parents. And you can see in our main camera. Hang on, let me go ahead and disable. Let me disable the food cam. What have I done? How do I do this? Here we go. Disable that. And yeah, boom. Food in session. Grilled chicken, homegrown green beans, and some rice. Courtesy of my mother and father. Thank you very much to them for being willing to cook for me tonight as we're broadcasting. I'll be cooking for my father tomorrow for Father's Day, so that'll be exciting. Let's get back to normal coverage here. We still have a tornado warning and a well, I didn't want to go 2 panel. We still have a tornado warning in effect. Um, uh, so we're going to continue to monitor this very closely here. As it actually looks like our rotation has become a little bit more robust. So we may have tornado risk increasing here within moments, where we kind of have this inflow being pinched off. So we need to watch this very, very closely, as we may have a localized area of enhanced inflow here that could generate a tornado very quickly. So we need to watch that within the next couple of minutes here, as things could get significant. That's good stuff. Excellent work on the chicken from my father. We're continuing to watch here over the next scan. If this continues to get enhanced, this rotation here, I'm going to be much more concerned about a immediate tornado threat within the next couple of minutes here. So we got to watch this one very, very closely over the next few minutes. They did just go ahead and shrink this tornado warning polygon a little bit, but they've kept it there, and for good reason. So clearly the National Weather Service was aware of the possibility of this thing very quickly recycling, so they left the warning even after the tornado threat had briefly diminished. So very good work by the National Weather Service there, and good thing they didn't jump the gun at all in lifting that warning with the way that I sort of did in my mind. So this warning is still in effect for Rawlins County, Kansas here. We're still watching this hail core developing very, very dominantly. This thing is monstrous here. The parameters are very much in place for the risk for large to very large hail for a variety of thunderstorms this evening. So we have to continue to watch that closely, as it looks like I'm not 1,000,000% convinced about the tornado risk, the immediate tornado threat here. I think this inflow is just continuing to get kind of cut off here. As you can see, essentially what's happening is we need winds to come into the storm like this if we want a tornado. What you see is with that other cell, it's pulling winds that direction, and the inflow that is coming into this thing, as we can switch back to reflectivity, is contaminated with precipitation. So it's possible that we not really see a tornado get spawned in from this. And I hope that's the case. I think the threat is going to significantly lower here. We still have a very, very strong outflow boundary in place throughout this entire region here. And any storms that interact with it could ingest vorticity and spin up a couple of brief tornadoes. So that's something we still need to continue to watch for. Our risk is nowhere near over. Meanwhile, this storm down here near Sagan looks like it might be trying to establish an updraft and get rotating. So we need to watch that one very closely as well, as things are getting messy quickly. Call it Lionel. And here we just have the monstrous updraft. I mean, this is a monstrous, powerful updraft here. Possible tennis ball sized hail associated with this storm just north of Brewster in Levant. So we need to watch this one very, very, very closely. Again, this is out here in Sheridan and Thomas counties in Kansas. And then the remnants of this tornado warning are still in Rawlins County, although the tornado threat is kind of right at the county line here. as we get towards Rexford. I don't know. I think that would be Thomas County or Sheridan. It would be either Thomas or Sheridan counties, just south of there, where the threat is about to shift into. So we got to keep watching that very closely as well. We just got a severe thunderstorm warning updated in Wyoming. So this is going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning, probably for a hail and wind risk. Yep. So 1.5 hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts up here in Wyoming. This is not too far northwest of Cheyenne. So this is going to be one we need to watch as well. We still have the significant wind threat throughout large portions of eastern Wyoming. Really anywhere in this area is going to be within a wind threat. So if you're in those areas, you got to take them seriously. And it looks like we're actually getting a little radar interference here. Likely associated with the radar beam getting all of the energy reflected back by this hail core. So this is a unique radar artifact. Let's talk about this. So just north of Brewster, we have this hail core. And here's the radar over here in Goodland. So as the radar sends its beam this direction, you see all these targets here that are reporting back contaminated radar data. My circle drawing skills are just so brutal, man. We have all this contaminated radar data in a straight line here coming out of this hail core. So essentially what you're having is this hail core is reflecting so much of that energy back to the radar that very little energy is making it through to continue on and come into contact with targets later down the line. So it kind of looks like this storm has just been cut in half with a knife or a hot butter knife, like a hot butter knife going through some butter. In reality, those targets are there. The radar just isn't contacting them because the radar energy is all being reflected by this ridiculous hail core, which could be dropping tennis ball sized hail potentially. And it looks like our tornado threat here has mostly diminished for the time being. It's still there. There's still the possibility we get a little spin up action northwest of Rexford, excuse me. But I'm not terribly worried about the tornado threat in this current moment. We could easily see new updrafts get established and revisit. My goodness, this hail core is ridiculous over here. North of Brewster, this is actually ridiculous. I don't know if we're going to get, this is still the same scan we were looking at a minute ago, but in a couple of minutes, we'll be able to take a look at this new radar scan here, this new volumetric scan. This is just absurd, to be quite honest with you. The good news is that we're probably going to have our last tornado warning lifted here within a couple minutes. For the time being, anyway. That tornado warning polygon on its own has about 16 minutes left. I can't imagine it lasts that long, though. But it's possible. The same thing that happened last time, where I commended the National Weather Service just a few minutes ago for not jumping the gun. They could easily do that again and prove me wrong. I'm going to go ahead and update my hail core identifier here a little bit. This should allow us to see any of those whites inside the silvers coming through a little bit brighter, potentially. I guess not. That didn't really help much. I'm going to have to look into this on my own time, probably. I can see about that. Might help a little. I can even cut that down a little more. Okay. Anyway, I'm just sitting here playing with my tools at this point, but Yeah, we still have a very significant severe thunderstorm here. The destructive severe thunderstorm warning has been lifted for the time being. So that's good news. So yeah, our only we still have this tornado warning on the map that's probably going to be allowed to expire within a few minutes here. Our destructive severe thunderstorm warning tag has gotten removed as we've gotten more of an MCS, so essentially a cluster of thunderstorms here throughout northwestern Kansas, and it's going to need to reorganize itself before we get any significant kind of tornado threat redeveloping. So we're going to continue to watch that very, very closely here. And there it goes. We are down to 0 tornado warnings on the map again. Our tornado warning is gone. We still have a flash flood warning in place for another 2 hours here in Rawlins County, Kansas. We also have multiple flash flood warnings in place. We have one in Texas down here near the Houston area. Here's a look at what that looks like. They've been getting slammed with rain recently. Also in Alabama for Jefferson and Walker counties. In Texas, by the way, that was Brazoria, Galveston, and Harris counties. But for Jefferson and Walker counties here in central Alabama near Birmingham, or just northwest of Birmingham, we still have another flash flood warning in place there. In Georgia for Macon, Marion, Talbot, and Taylor counties, we have a flash flood warning in place as well. That's for areas like Butler and Junction City. And then, of course, we're looking at our flash flood warning in Rawlins that we've been watching for some time now. I can go ahead and turn my radar back on. Interesting. And they have gone ahead and issued another considerable severe thunderstorm warning. So they lifted the destructive one so that they could downgrade it to a newly shaped considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Sure, you can leave it. I might eat it. Oh, well, then I've still got ways to go. Thank you. Food delivery in place. We do have another larger severe thunderstorm warning in place here in southeastern Wyoming. This is out near Rawlins. Why are so many of these areas named identically to one another recently? We've had multiple what was it? Multiple Strattons, multiple Rawlins. Anyway, this is going to be a wind producer. You can see it's tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is for areas like Saratoga, Hannah, Walcott, Semino Dam, Leo, eventually towards Elk Mountain, McFadden, Rock River, Medicine Bow. Wyoming, Wyoming? There's a city called Wyoming, Wyoming? That's awesome. Can you imagine Florida City, Florida? That's hilarious. It looks like our hail cores have diminished a little bit here. North of Brewster and Levant. Yeah, definitely diminished a little bit, but you can still see that hail getting to the low levels now. So it's those updrafts have weakened and some of that very large hail is beginning to fall down. So now the risk is definitely there for a lot of that hail to make its way out of the clouds. Even messier. Sorry about that, folks. We do still have this severe thunderstorm warning up near McDonald and Beardsley, Bird City, areas that have already been hit pretty strong by this cluster of thunderstorms a little bit early. There is a Florida city. Well, I mean, not Florida City, Florida, as in including the name or the word city in the name of the city. But I mean like Florida, comma, Florida. I guess that was a stupid example because Florida City does exist. But like, I don't know what, like imagine Utah, Utah. We have Wyoming, Wyoming, or like Nebraska, Nebraska. I don't know. I just feel like that's weird. It's kind of funny. Anyway, we are not long from this cell potentially becoming concerning as it nears Russell Springs. So this is one I'm going to watch very, very closely as it's just about to interact with this outflow boundary as an already established updraft. So this updraft could begin to ingest a bunch of vorticity and spin, and we could easily see it become tornadic very quickly, right as it gets to Russell Springs. So if you're in Russell Springs, definitely make sure you're prepared for that. There's no tornado warning on that, and there really shouldn't be, obviously, yet. But we could get to that point. So make sure that you are staying weather aware if you're in areas like Russell Springs. I'm just making all sorts of a mess. What's weird is having Michigan City and Indiana. I would agree. I would definitely agree. That is pretty weird. We do have another severe thunderstorm warning out in Pennsylvania for Clarion, Forest, and Venango counties. As this one is interesting, to say the least. It's in a giant radar hole. So it appears anyway. This one could be producing some hail for areas like West Hickory, Tionesta, Marionville, and Lynch. As it goes that direction. It is tagged for 1-inch hail and 0 mile per hour winds. That's clearly a mistake. we have we have hazards 0 mile per hour winds. Here it says max wind gust less than 50 miles per hour, but that's kind of funny. It's that language probably isn't supposed to be on there. As we're continuing to monitor our cluster of thunderstorms in northwest Kansas here. Yeah, I am becoming increasingly concerned about this cell near Russell Springs, as well as this cluster of thunderstorms, if it can start to kind of move a little bit better. So, if this whole thing can start to kind of shift towards the east southeast and take advantage of some of that cleaner atmosphere, it's going to get pretty concerning for the potential risk for very, very significant damaging winds and possibly embedded tornadoes within this cluster of thunderstorms. So, we're going to continue to watch this one very closely. Just northwest of Grand Island, excuse me. This line of thunderstorms still producing some hail as well as significant winds as it's headed towards now Sweetwater, Ravenna, Poole, Cairo, Danbrog, St. Library, a town a lot of folks are familiar with. A very significant tornado rolled through there. Ashton, Farwell, Howard City. So winds are coming your way if you're in those areas. And this one is going to be for Buffalo, Hall, Howard, and Sherman counties in Nebraska. We have been re-upgraded to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning down here. This one's going to be tagged for 90 mile per hour wind gusts and tennis ball sized hail. So we did have emergency management recording 80 mile per hour winds in Colby not long ago. It's so weird doing coverage for some of these areas that I've been to. But yeah, this one, 80 mile per hour observed winds, probably capable of 90 mile per hour, especially if it becomes more outflow dominant and this cluster of thunderstorms starts to actually move somewhere. Things could become even more concerning with that wind risk. So one to monitor very, very closely. This is a destructive tag severe thunderstorm. Eat your veggies, kids. Green beans are good for you. See what's going on down here in Florida. Near Miami, we have a couple of special weather statements for strong thunderstorms with some wind gusts. No water spout risk there, so that's good. What am I missing here? There's allegedly 4 of these. I'm only seeing 2. What is going on? Oh, okay. Here's the other 2. Just off the coast near Jacksonville. These ones are also tagged with 40-mile-per-hour winds. Just some strong thunderstorms just off the coast. So if you happen to be out there in a boat watching Will Bratton WX, first of all, why? Enjoy the boat. Second of all, be worried about those winds there headed your way. As we could see a tornado risk reestablishing itself near Rexford here. So we need to watch this very, very closely as somehow this storm has managed to maintain this notch where inflow can be established. And all of this congestion that was to the southeast blocking that inflow has been absorbed into thunderstorm. And sure enough, there we go. We just got a tornado warning put on that. So the National Weather Service echoing my thoughts here as we do have a donut forming here, potential tornado getting going right now near Rexford, west of Selden. This is north of Menlo and Sagan, as well as Hoxie. So this is for Sheridan and Thomas counties again. We've been in this spot for a while now. So we do have a tornado warning in place. If you happen to be in that polygon, make sure that you are getting to the interior-most room of a sturdy structure. Get in the bathtub if you got to. Put a mattress over yourself. Get in a basement, the most secure place you can get to. Put as many walls between you and a tornado as possible. That is always going to be the rule of thumb. I've been doing too much talking and not enough eating. My food's getting cold. And there's that tornado warning popping up for you guys on our overlay, just that way or that way. One of those ways. I think it's that way. I don't even know what it is. Wait, hang on. Guys, we have technology. What am I doing? It's that way. Yeah. It would be that way. It's not there anymore, obviously. It only pops up for like 10 seconds when I have it set to or something like that. Anyway. Yeah, this is still tagged for tennis ball size hail, by the way. This is a destructive severe thunderstorm, regardless of the tornado threat. With all the hail and the contamination around this area of rotation, it's so difficult to gauge whether or not we can radar confirm a tornado at any point. So we kind of got to rely on weather spotters. The problem is it's rain wrapped. So it's hard to rely on weather spotters as well. Got some messages in the chat saying, I don't like when the velocities look all messed up. I agree. It really makes it difficult for me to do my job. Out in Utah Cache and Rich counties, we did just have a severe thunderstorm warning that I think got lifted. Either that or it's not showing up in my radar program yet. I think that was the one we were watching earlier. And I think it is now lifted. So as far as I know, we don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings in Utah right now, which is good. But we do have this concerning tornado warning here. It's very possible that we already had a brief tornado at this point as the inflow continues to kind of be slightly pinched off. But man, it's there. Let me tell you. You can see how fast these velocities are coming towards the radar here. So they're smashing into the outflow of the storm itself and coming right up. Wow. These winds are getting so vicious, we're now getting aliasing issues going on here. So essentially, that's why these winds are turning bright red. It looks like they're going the wrong direction. But they are not. The winds are just very fast, and we're getting interference with the radar unit, so we're getting aliasing issues here. So the data is just not being processed correctly. All right. So we still have this continued tornado risk. There we go. We now have our latest scam where our aliasing issues are fixed. And we most certainly have a very, very tight couplet here, where we could have a tornado pretty much right here. Let me go ahead and circle it on a map for you. So we could easily have a tornado right here between Rexford and Selden. So want to continue to watch very, very closely here. Between Rexford and Selden, this is for Sheridan and Thomas counties here. We do have reports in the chat I'm seeing of significant tree damage and some building damage across Colby, Kansas from 80 to 100 mile per hour winds. So yeah, we have seen some vicious winds come out of this as well. Colby, Kansas was not impacted by a tornado. This is just straight line wind damage. So these winds can do hurricane force or can reach hurricane force speeds and deal significant damage. Quite the concerning one here. Again, we still have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning in place for this cluster of thunderstorms that is most certainly now formed in MCS with the possibility of a couple embedded supercells. Really just one that we have near Rexford, Sagan, and Selden right now. So the threat is possibly going to shift towards straight line wind damage for this cluster of thunderstorms. As our tornado warning has just been shrunk. That was the dinging that you heard a minute ago. So it's now just in Sheridan County. So we no longer have a warning for Thomas County in Kansas. Still just about the same area, though. Again, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning with up to 90 mile per hour wind gusts and a possible tornado. Wow. I'm seeing some pretty insane footage coming out of Brandon Kopic from about 40 minutes ago. I mean, just getting blasted by dust near Selden. So Selden's right up here. So he was kind of sitting in the inflow. This was quite a while ago. So back when the tornadic cell was kind of up in this area, he was kind of in that inflow notch, and he was just getting blasted by dust. I can't show this on stream, but I can go ahead and link it in the chat for you guys to view. And there we go. Got it linked in the chat now for you guys. If you'd like to take a look at Brandon Kopic's feed, he does a phenomenal job. Great storm chaser. As the tornado threat is definitely lowering. It's not diminished yet, but it is certainly lowering here. Out near Sagan, Rexford, and Selden. We could easily see that tornado threat completely dissipate within the next couple of minutes, or we could see it recycle. Always options, 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 options. All right. So we are still ongoing out here in northwest Kansas, where we've got a destructive severe thunderstorm warning and a tornado warning in place. The tornado warning encompassing just Sheridan County, and our destructive severe thunderstorm warning, which has just been extended. Okay, so this is probably in anticipation of the Russell Spring storm combining with our cluster of thunderstorms here. So business is about to get real. This Russell Spring storm could ingest rotation at any minute here as it interacts with this outflow boundary that it is sitting on top of right now. Excuse me, I didn't mean to do that. Let me draw this out for you. So here's this outflow boundary that we've been watching pretty closely over the last little while, really, the last hour. So at this point, we could be watching any of these storms in Colorado interact with this outflow boundary and begin to kind of ride right along it. And at that point, any of those could become tornadic, produce land spouts, anything like that, gustnados even. A lot of vorticity will be available. And then this cell here near Russell Springs interacting with that boundary as well could be very dangerous and lead to the potential for tornadoes or even land spouts as well. So we're going to watch this one very, very closely. As a little bit of an update on the coastal regions out in Florida, all of those special weather statements have been lifted except one. So off the coast of Florida, things are calming down a little bit for us, which is good. Again, our tornado threat is definitely diminishing a little bit here near Menlo and Sagan, but it's still there. It's definitely still there. It could easily recycle itself quickly here. And then we have this new destructive severe thunderstorm warning for 90-mile-per-hour winds. And this is, by the way, for Gove and Logan counties. And there's actually the warning for it. It should be that way. Yeah, there you go. I got it right that time. There's the warning. You can see it at the top of your screen where I was just pointing. Gove and Logan counties in Kansas. This storm could become tornadic. We're going to watch it very closely here. As it's not ingesting any kind of rotation right now, but it is hovering right over that outflow boundary. So we could easily see it ingest rotation, as our tornado was just confirmed 4 miles east of Rexford. That was as of 1 minute ago. 14 miles northwest of Hoxie, moving south at 15 miles per hour. As well as softball-sized hail, by the way, coming out of this thing. To be honest with you, so emergency management have confirmed it. I am slightly surprised, to be quite honest with you, that we've managed to get a tornado in here. But I'm glad that if there is one, we're going to have it confirmed. So this is our second confirmed tornado of the night. We are north of Sagan and Menlo, between Rexford and Selden here. Most likely we're looking at pretty much right here and headed down south towards Sagan. We're not seeing any kind of a CC drop on radar. That would make sense to be seeing a tornado here on radar anyway. Yeah, not seeing anything super indicative of a tornado debris signature on radar, but we do have a tornado on the ground in Sheridan County. So we're going to continue to monitor this one very, very closely. If you're in this area, if you're near Menlo, Sagan, Hoxie, Rexford, Selden, especially southeast of Rexford and south, really anywhere south of Selden, you got to be in some sort of a storm shelter. Interior-most room of a building. You got to be in, get in the bathtub. Throw a mattress over your head. Do whatever you got to do. Put as many things between you and that possible tornado as humanly possible. Again, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground near Rexford, Selden, Menlo, Sagan, and Hoxie. Southwest of Leaville. west of Hill City, a decent bit west of Hill City, east of Colby. We do have another destructive severe thunderstorm warning in place for the Russell Springs, Winona, towards Gove City, even as this cluster of thunderstorms is going to interact with this other thunderstorm, which is currently interacting with an outflow boundary. So lots of interactions going on here. Again, this is a very, very messy setup. No severe thunderstorm warnings active in Colorado right now, but I am worried about these storms interacting with this outflow boundary and potentially causing spin-up tornadoes. As it looks like we actually could be seeing numerous little areas of rotation along this outflow boundary right now, where we could have these really small areas of rotation. None of these are all kind of questionable, to be 100% honest with you. I would say this one and this one up here are the most convincing. They're all kind of there. Anyway, the northernmost two are the most convincing, but anywhere along this outflow boundary where we get interaction with the storms in the outflow boundary, we could easily see any of these storms become tornadic. So that's a concern as well in eastern Colorado, the farthest eastern portions of Colorado, between Cheyenne, Wells, and Adelia. So areas like Burlington, what else is in here? Bethune and south of there, southeast of Stratton. That's kind of our concern. As our storm near Russell Springs is still not really ingesting any rotation, it doesn't look like, so that's good. Again, we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground as of 4 minutes ago. And yeah, you can see where that would be. It would be right about in there. Likely headed off in that direction towards Sagan. And this was confirmed by emergency management. So we don't have weather spotter confirmation on this, nor radar confirmation. We do have emergency management that has confirmed this tornado. So a confirmed tornado on the ground here in Kansas for Sheridan County. So yeah, we're continuing to monitor this confirmed tornado on the ground in Sheridan County, Kansas. Again, we still have destructive severe thunderstorm warnings in place for Gove, Logan, Decatur, Rawlins, Sheridan, and Thomas counties in Kansas, as well as a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds in Wyoming for Campbell, Crook, and Weston counties. So things are still active. We did get another special weather statement off the coast down here off the coast of Jacksonville. The East Coast here off the Florida Peninsula. So that's one to watch as well. We still have those 4 flash flood warnings we've been talking about in place for Rawlins County, Kansas, that we've been watching, as well as Macon, Marion, Talbot, and Taylor counties in Georgia, Jefferson and Walker counties in Alabama, that's just northwest of Birmingham, as well as Brazoria, Galveston, and Harrison counties in Texas near the Houston area. Still not seeing any kind of a radar confirmation on this tornado, no kind of debris signature. But still a very concerning one as we have multiple thunderstorms trying to interact with this surface boundary here, which I can go ahead and try to draw up as it's kind of been morphed around a little bit. But any storms that interact with this white line could easily cause spin-up tornadoes or land spouts, little gustinados, anything like that. So those storms need to be watched very closely here. This one just southwest of Edison, south of Goodland, is definitely a more concerning one. It's a very young supercell, or a very young cell that is fired off very quickly and is sitting on top of that outflow boundary. It also has some broad rotation. So this is a very concerning one as well. We need to monitor this one very, very closely over the next maybe 10 to 15 minutes to see as it progresses until things become too chaotic and congested. Excuse me. What's up, Sam? Yeah. I'm going to send you a message right now. Thank you. Thank you. That was one of our meteorologists, Sam, that just jumped into the call. The New Mexico native. I like to talk about all of our staff like their signings to a sports team. I don't know. It just brings me joy. Samuel Gonzalez of New Mexico. Yeah, we are seeing, I see Help WX in the chat talking about a lot of precipitation falling. And yeah, that is very true. We are seeing so much precipitation falling. We already have one flash flood warning from all that in place for Rollins County, Kansas. I wouldn't be surprised to see more flash flood warnings put in place as this destructive severe thunderstorm continues to push through very slowly, just dropping winds like crazy. I'm also seeing out of the chat that Mesonet near Colby has measured 93-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Not surprising at all, as these are all tagged for up to 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts out here through Gove, Logan, Sheridan, and Thomas counties in Kansas. And again, we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground. I don't want to take away from that. It's still looking pretty concerning here, as this tornado is probably located just north of Sagan right now. So we need to continue to monitor this one very, very closely. Kristen, thank you for stopping by. We will see you soon. Stay safe wherever you're at. I cannot remember exactly where you said you're at. I did want to give another very, very, very brief shout. Just saying thank you for 500 subscribers. Really awesome stuff. We're at 509 now, so we've increased like almost 30 subscribers on this broadcast, which is pretty crazy stuff. We do have another considerable severe thunderstorm warning issued out ahead of the forward flank downdraft of this cluster of thunderstorms. So essentially, we're looking at this region out here, the edge of this storm, just dropping significant wind. So that's kind of what we're looking at. This is tagged for 1.5 inches hail, as well as 70-mile-per-hour winds. So if you're in areas like Tasco, this one's headed for you. And this is technically for just for Sheridan County in Kansas here. It is contained within Sheridan. We have 26 minutes left on our tornado warning, which is also tagged for softball-sized hail. So a very, very powerful storm here. Kind of a perfect storm. A lot of things have lined up for this storm to be able to exist. The last time our tornado was confirmed on the ground was, in fact, 11 minutes ago. Never mind. It was 2 minutes ago. We just got an update. We just got an update on our polygon. It was located 7 miles east of Menlo, or 8 miles west of Hoxie, moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. So still tagged for softball-sized hail. And this tornado was confirmed on the ground via emergency management still. So still a tornado on the ground here. This is just north of Sagan. So if you're in this area, you need to be in a storm shelter to the best of your ability. I mean, you got to be at this point. If you're near Menlo, Sagan, or Hoxie, out here in Sheridan County, Kansas, you've got to be in a storm shelter, as we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground still. So we've had multiple long track tornadoes tonight. We don't know exactly how intense any of these will be, but multiple long track tornadoes going on tonight in northwestern Kansas here. And my hope is just that even though they're long tracked, one, they're not hitting anything, I hope. And then two, I hope that they are weak. And those dings that you just heard there, those should have been just that tornado warning getting updated, that confirmed tornado warning. Nothing new on the map. Nancy Weems in the chat saying, listening to Will, watching the US Open. It sounds like a pretty good night. Thank you for making me a part of your Saturday night. I appreciate that. Weather Wisdom in the chat saying, hey, Will, how are you? I'm doing all right. Wish there weren't any tornadoes on the ground at the moment, as this one is headed right towards Sagan in Kansas, and I just hope that no one's going to get hurt with this one. But I'm doing good. Doing great. I got to spend, I put out a forecast video this morning. It's never ideal to wake up at 5:30 in the morning on a weekend, but I will be doing that. I did that today. I'll be doing it tomorrow as well. But I got to make up for it with about 2 hours in the pool with my parents, just getting to spend some time with the family. So that was nice. We do still have numerous concerning hail cores on the map, including on our tornado-producing storm, which is tagged, by the way, for softball-sized hail. So that is 4-inch hail. Giant hail. And yeah, this tornado is just north of Sagan right now. It is almost certainly rain wrapped here. So very, very concerning here. We could have an unwarned tornado near Edson, Kansas, or just southeast of Goodland, Kansas. That's what I'm seeing in the chat. Let me take a look at that. I'll humor you. We did just have a considerable severe thunder. Wow, that is quite the long message here. Severe thunderstorms located along a line extending from 6 miles north to blah, 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 moving east at 40. Several other strong storms are developing ahead of this line. These storms are also capable of producing 70 mile per hour wind gusts and hail up to the size of ping pong balls. That is actually a really good and informative warning, I have to say. Meanwhile, we're hearing, or I'm seeing some talk about a possible unwarned tornado near Edson. I'm not really seeing it. It looks like we did get a little bit of rotation here, at which point we could have had a very brief tornado. That's not a very good circle. Or like that, where we could have had a brief tornado. At this point, oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Right here. Okay. I'm assuming this is what you're talking about. It's possible that we have a brief spin-up tornado. Again, this is right where that outflow boundary is set up. So anytime you have storms that go over that outflow boundary, you can have these very brief spin-up tornadoes happen in a matter of seconds or minutes. So it's definitely possible that just southeast of Edson, Kansas, we could easily have a quick spin-up tornado ongoing right now. It's a good catch from Weather Help in the chat here. But again, our main concern is a confirmed tornado that is just north of Sagan, headed right towards town right now. And of course, this whole area is now encompassed by destructive and considerable severe thunderstorm warning tags. We do have 4 giant polygons, well, 3 giant polygons and 1 other polygon on the map. 2 of those are destructive severe thunderstorms for Gove, Logan, Sheridan, and Thomas counties. And then we also have stretching from Colorado into Kansas, encompassing Cheyenne, Kit Carson, Sherman, and Wallace counties is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, as well as Sheridan County here on the side here. That is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning as well. We still have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for the wind risk going on out here in northeastern Wyoming. Oh, I didn't grab my pen tool. There we go. So lots of winds associated with some of these drier, more elevated thunderstorms. We could be seeing 70 mile per hour wind gusts coming out of these. We still have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning on that line of thunderstorms as well. That's probably going to be probably tagged for hail and 70 mile per hour winds. Yeah, 70 mile per hour winds and 1-inch hail associated with this one. Quarter-sized hail, they're calling it. So this is a concerning cluster of thunderstorms as well. If you're in that area, this is for Buffalo, Hall, and Howard counties in Nebraska. Out in Pennsylvania, we still have this severe thunderstorm ongoing, this kind of isolated guy by itself. It's got a little bit of upper level rotation. We're looking at about 6,000 feet in the air here near Marionville and Lynch. So this one could become tornadic eventually. It's not tornado possible tagged. It's very, very broad rotation, but there is a little bit of rotation there. I wouldn't be worried about any kind of a tornado threat in the immediate future here, but it's definitely possible that one could develop. Out in West Virginia for Marion and Wetzel counties, we also have a severe thunderstorm warning ongoing. That's got some very broad rotation as well. That's near four states: Farmington, Fairmont, Monongah. Interesting. Pleasant Valley, Whitehall, Enterprise, those types of areas. That's Marion and Wetzel counties out there. And that should cover everything except for Baca and Prowers counties down here in southeastern Colorado. This is the same type of supercell that I mentioned earlier, where if it can kind of get itself going and remain discreet, it could pose a significant threat for tornadoes later on, as the environment's a little more favorable in Kansas if it can move that direction. Now, I will say the environment is not nearly as favorable in southern Kansas as it is in northern Kansas and along and closer to the Nebraska border. Let's go back to the Goodland radar and take a look at our tornado producing storm, which still looks concerning. It doesn't look quite as concerning now. I would think that we probably don't have a tornado on the ground now, but I could be easily wrong. The last time this was confirmed was 9 minutes ago, 7:02 p.m. Central Time. But again, the storm is still a destructive severe thunderstorm tornado or not, which is, well, I should say it is producing hurricane force winds and up to softball sized hail. So giant hail potentially coming out of the storm. So tornado or not, this is not one you want to be messing around with. This is a very, very serious cluster of thunderstorms out here in northwestern Kansas. Sam, very nice post that you just threw up there. Very, very nice. Phenomenal work. Okay. I like that style. We do have quite the quite the cluster of severe thunderstorm warning polygons up here throughout eastern portions of Wyoming. Let me just go ahead and switch radars so we can have a better look at this. Up in eastern portions of Wyoming here. Again, these are all these elevated thunderstorms that are posing a very significant wind threat. We do have also, this is brand new. Where did this guy come from? We have a discrete supercell possibly like due west of Tedford in the Nebraska Panhandle. This one could easily become tornadic over the next couple of minutes or so. So we're going to want to watch this one very closely. Right now it's tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds and small hail. Yeah, we're going to need to watch that one very closely. I'm going to keep an eye on that out of the corner of my eye here. Of course, our only tornado warning right now is a confirmed tornado near Sagan, which is probably not on the ground anymore, but still could be. Turning on lightning reports, you can see just how active electrically these storms, or this cluster of storms, is. I mean, this is a very, very powerful area of weather ongoing here in northwestern Kansas. And it's not moving fast. That's one of the main hazards with it, is because it's moving so slow, it's just dumping hail and lightning and possible tornadoes and winds and tons of precipitation on the same areas. It's just been sitting here for, an hour and a half, basically. It's only moved like 50 miles or less in an hour and a half. It's probably, I would say it's probably moved maybe 20 miles, 25 miles or something like that towards the south in the last hour and a half. So, yeah. And we still could have a tornado on the ground right near Sagan. So this is kind of our area of concern here. More specifically, I guess I can make it a little more specific. Right around there is our primary area of concern near Sagan. And again, this is for Sheridan County, Kansas. So our only tornado warning on the map right now. I'm seeing a message saying that The boundary is also visible on CC, interestingly enough. So a lot of times, that is actually interesting. So a lot of times what happens, the reason that that is because, for example, we saw Brandon Kopic's clip of him getting blasted with dust, right? So essentially what's happening is all this dust by the outflow boundary is getting kicked up. And as it gets kicked up, the radar comes into contact with that and it returns those low CC values. So that's what you're seeing with that outflow boundary. That is actually pretty unique. I don't know. I've seen this before. I just don't really remember the last time I saw this. But you can see part of this outflow boundary here on CC right there. So yeah, very cool shout there in the chat from Help Weather. Weather Wisdom saying that SPC outlook in 45 minutes is probably going to be a moderate risk. I think we did have a mesoscale discussion that I saw a minute ago. I saw the graphic. It was tagged for like 100-mile-per-hour winds or something like that. Not surprising either. These are very, very vicious storms out here in northwestern Kansas with a very significant wind risk. So it would not surprise me at all to see 100+ mile-per-hour winds measured at some point tonight. We did just get an extension of this tornado warning polygon. That being said, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say they're going to remove the confirmed tornado warning polygon within a couple of seconds here. As we are most certainly, yeah, actually, it almost looks to me like the most recent scan is actually the best of the last few. And there's that tornado warning coming up that you're hearing. This scan actually looks the best, in my opinion, of the last few scans in terms of potential tornado. So we've got an extension here on this tornado warning polygon that's still just contained to Sheridan County, Kansas here. That was not the most pleasant sound in the world. I apologize for that. So there's our new tornado warning. That way. Looking at our flash flood warnings, the one down in the ones down in Houston and then out in Georgia have both been canceled. So we are left with just our Rollins flash flood warning and our flash flood warning just northwest of Birmingham. Nancy Weems asking, what state are you in? I am in Missouri. I'm based out of St. Louis. Look at this radar interference, some of this contaminated data coming back to the radar. It's always interesting when you see random artifacts like that. As we do have another area of concerning rotation that has developed very quickly here. We're probably going to get another tornado warning on this, I would think. This is just south of Oakley, Kansas, as it looks like we've had another updraft manage to establish itself and take advantage of this environment. This is that Russell Springs storm that I talked about earlier, where it came off of this outflow boundary, and I was worried about what would happen when it interacts with this other cluster of storms, as well as when it interacts with that outflow boundary, and we're seeing it right here. As you can see, that classic kidney bean shape showing up at the bottom of this little cell, as it is kind of attaching towards the main cluster. And assuming that updraft can sustain itself, we are most certainly going to see a tornado threat develop here within the next couple of minutes to the northeast of Russell Springs, south of Oakley. So we need to watch this one very, very, very closely. One thing that is kind of a good sign is that it looks like a lot of these storms are becoming a little bit more linear. So essentially what we might get is a line of storms that looks, that's not a good drawing. A line of storms that looks something like this, potentially, or even like that. So that upscale growth will be good for us. We're going to have less of a tornado risk at that point. However, the widespread wind risk is going to increase if we get that type of event. So that's something we need to pay very close attention to. It would not surprise me at all to see the National Weather Service warn this on the next radar scan from here. If this trend continues and we see a little bit of tightening just south of Oakley here. So one radar scan from now. We had an update on the severe thunderstorm warning out in Lincoln, Wyoming. We do have another severe thunderstorm in Georgia now. And let's see what's going on down here. Okay. That radar ain't working for us. Let's try the Tallahassee. That'll do. Okay, we got a severe thunderstorm warning out here. This is just going to be for wind with a little possible rotation. It could be tornado possible tag, but I doubt it. It is tornado possible tagged. Okay. So the possibility of a little spin up tornado near areas like Moultrie or Berlin in southern Georgia here. It says remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly. This is true. We're going to watch that very closely. Jumping back to Sheridan County, Kansas. Again, I am still pretty concerned about this supercell down here south of Oakley. That one down there. And of course, our main pocket of rotation is in Sagan and headed down towards areas like Park and Grainfield. As we just got our next radar scan. Let's take a close look here. Our only flash flood warning on the map is now the Rawlins County, Kansas one. So that's good. Yeah, this storm is definitely trying to get organized. I don't know if it needs a tornado warning just yet, but Adrian, what are you talking about in the chat, dude? Bro said I'm omnipresent. I am not only what is, but what has been and what will be. Anyway, that's enough of that. We still have a very significant rotating couplet just near Sagan still. So a very concerning one. I keep missing the pen tool. Right up here. I've got to get better at drawing circles. Anyway, this one is headed directly towards the south-southeast, towards Grainfield and Park, Kansas. This is still in Sheridan County. It's not moving quick, but it is grinding that direction. Meanwhile, south of Oakley, we do have another area of rotation trying to develop right over here. And here's where Oakley is. I know it's kind of covered up by that severe thunderstorm warning border there. Adrian's cracking me up in the chat here. All right, they have gone ahead and lifted our confirmed tornado warning near Sagan. So we are down to, I know it's still on the map. It's going to be gone in just a minute here. You can see that update at the top of your screen right now. It says new tornado warning issued. It should say that it was updated. That's something we need to fix on our overlay eventually here. But that one was lifted. So we are down to just the tornado warning. So not anything confirmed right now. We have 35 minutes left on a tornado warning for this storm near Sagan that is headed down towards Grainfield and Park, Kansas, or Sheridan County. I see a message from Prod Skip in the chat saying, is that a QLCS or semi-discrete cells in Kansas? It's actually sort of neither. And also, okay, so there is a little bit of a QLCS threat going on the back end here on this white line. But then out here, this is an MCS, so a mesoscale convective system here. Just a big cluster of thunderstorms, basically. So that's what that is. I don't know why this confirmed tornado warning is still on the map, because it's not there anymore. I mean, yeah, I don't know why the polygon's still on the map. This tornado warning is not there. We just have the one tornado warning, the extension. So no confirmed tornado right now. Just the area of rotation near Sagan that's headed towards Grainfield and Park in Kansas is all within Sheridan County. Meanwhile, let's not forget that this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning with up to 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts, potentially even higher. That's hurricane force, tornado force wind gusts. Just a giant wind bag. Yeah, I'm definitely worried about the possibility of some QLCS spin up tornadoes along this area of thunderstorms out here, southwest of Goodland, right around the border of Colorado and Kansas, and headed towards areas like Arapahoe, Sharon Springs, Wallace, Winona, eventually Russell Springs, especially as this cluster of storms begins to interact with the residual areas of this outflow boundary that I've drawn here in white. Let me draw this in magenta. So as this cluster of thunderstorms circled in white begins to interact with that pink line, that outflow boundary, we could see more spin quickly ingested into those storms. So that's something we need to look for as well. Meanwhile, this is kind of a look at this hail core. You have a very heavily tilted updraft on this storm, which is a telling sign of favorable shear in the environment. You do still have some of those silvers and grays tucked in there. They're kind of hard to see. There they are. I can, if I zoom in real close, I can I can find them. But yeah, when you look at our rotation in the vertical here, you can see how tilted this updraft is. It's kind of a mess right now, I will say. This is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Gove, Logan, Sheridan, and Thomas counties in Kansas. We also have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Cheyenne, Kit Carson, Sherman, and Wallace counties across Colorado and Kansas, as well as Sheridan County, Kansas, and Carbon County, Wyoming. And that is associated with those damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. Mm-mm-mm. Okie dokie. Again, we are down to only one flash flood warning on the map, which is, to be honest with you, kind of surprising given the ridiculous amount of precipitation that's fallen in Mississippi. We did just get another destructive severe thunderstorm warning issued out ahead of our tornadic cell here. So this is going to be tagged for, again, what do we have? Probably, okay, we have baseball size hail reported as of 7 p.m. 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 3-inch hail. So not quite as violently destructive as we had seen earlier when it had 90-mile-per-hour winds and 4-inch hail. However, this is still destructive hail, the type of hail that if you go outside and one of those bonks you on the head, it could be lights out, game over for you. So you got to be really careful with these types of storms. Meanwhile, our tornado warning, our confirmed tornado warning polygon is finally off the map here at 7:29 p.m. But we do still have, here at 7:29 p.m., these areas of rotation. Most concerning right here. Let me go back to white. Most concerning right here, but also a possible satellite just south of Sagan could be in the cards. Not outside the realm of possibility at all. It's also possible that along the outflow of this storm, you could see multiple spin up tornadoes occur. So areas like Grainfield or right over here, anywhere you get these S shapes in the line of thunderstorms, that is where you can get those spin up tornadoes embedded. So these would be brief, weaker tornadoes that would happen there. So our main concern for a significant damaging tornado is going to be up here just south of Hoaxie and headed down towards Grainfield and Park, Kansas. Okay. As we are in this tornado warning, where I think, oh boy. Okay. Yeah, over the next couple of scans, it almost looks to me like our area of rotation is actually cycling to where I mentioned we may have a possible satellite south of Sagan. This may become our new dominant area of rotation here. But again, it's still possible that we have multiple areas of rotation trying to compete for the same resources. But near Sagan, or just south of Sagan, I'm definitely concerned about the possibility of a rain wrap tornado developing right now. Meanwhile, the cell I was talking about near Oakley it was not able to get its updraft going. So you can see here's where that was earlier. It had that kidney bean shape, but unfortunately for it, but fortunately for us, the outflow associated with our main cluster of thunderstorms is so powerful that it just completely wiped out that updraft. So now it has just been ingested into the storm. And we have this Boeing segment of a giant MCS going on here with only one embedded remaining supercell, and that's near Sagan. That's been the most dominant updraft of the whole night by far. So again, out near Sagan, we may have a a possible area, possibly two areas of rotation south of Hoaxie and south of Sagan, where things might try to get going. This storm is most certainly recycling, most likely not a tornado on the ground at this moment, but we could have one at any minute within the next couple of minutes. Again, we still have various concerning areas along the outflow of the forward flank downdraft of this storm where you could have embedded tornadoes should you get any notching that occurs. Anywhere in here where you get that kind of wave S kind of thing going on, that's where you can get those spin up tornadoes that happen very, very quickly. Meanwhile, I'm still watching for possible spin up tornadoes out here northwest of Sharon Springs and south of Goodland, where some of these storms are beginning to interact with this outflow boundary, which is through here. So, like this storm, for example, could easily become tornadic within the next 5 to 10 minutes. It looks to me like it's already trying to do so. We're not there yet, but it's definitely trying to do that. Seeing a message in the chat saying via Connor Croft's feed, I-70 is closed. So that's definitely interesting. This is I-70 here. It's that interstate there. It goes all the way through my hometown of St. Louis and where I currently live. Yeah, this storm has just been cycling like crazy. This updraft is kind of being left behind. So something that could be really interesting to see is, does this updraft stay so powerful and so dominant that the rest of the Boeing segment just kind of pushes off ahead of it, and the updraft is able to reform a discrete supercell on its own behind the MCS? That would be very interesting to watch. We are down to two destructive severe thunderstorm warning polygons and one considerable severe thunderstorm warning polygon. All of those are on your screen right now, encompassing Gove, Sheridan, Logan, Cheyenne, Kit Carson, Sherman, and Wallace counties from Colorado to Kansas. The sellout here near Cheyenne Wells is definitely slightly concerning as well. And we're going to see what continues to happen as any of these cells interact with our outflow boundary. Again, here's where that outflow boundary is draped right now. It has shifted a little bit. Earlier, it was up near Goodland, but it got kind of ingested by some of those early storms. A new one kind of formed, and it's been pushed south a little bit, all the way as far as Leote. So that's one we got to watch pretty closely as well. In terms of random things not on your screen right now, the only bizarre or out of nowhere, I guess, kind of severe thunderstorm warnings are, we have one in Georgia and one in South Dakota. We'll take a look at the Georgia one really quickly. We've already looked at this one not too terribly long ago from the Tallahassee radar. It's for Moultrie, and it is tornado possible tagged. Very, very weak broad rotation, but it's possible that we could see a spin up tornado if it can reorganize itself. This is a Boeing line segment of thunderstorms where there will be a risk for wind damage, especially near the center of it, near areas like Madison and Valdosta and Quitman. And then up in South Dakota for Custer, Fall River, and Weston counties. This is this cluster of thunderstorms moving out of Wyoming and into the Badlands out here. So we're headed towards Hot Springs, Buffalo Gap areas that I've been to. It's so weird that I've actually been to these areas now. So this cluster of thunderstorms is headed out towards the Badlands south of Rapid City. Meanwhile, the isolated supercell we talked about earlier is trying to get organized now. So we're seeing some rotation. Good thing I checked on this when I did. We are finally seeing some rotation literally in the last frame, actually. The last 2 frames, pretty much. Beginning to develop near Bingham and Ashby, Hyannis, and Whitman. So this is out in the Sandhills of Nebraska. As I mean, you can see the Sandhills pretty clearly on this map, which is pretty cool, to be honest with you. You can see where they are in those rolling sandhills. They are beautiful to drive through, but you don't get a lot of vision when you're out there. Looking at our Boeing segment from earlier, this one looks like it might be trying to notch out as well. Morphology-wise, it's definitely trying to notch out, but I'm not seeing anything that's screaming at me like we have rotation going on in here, though it might be trying to trend that direction over the next few minutes. So that one is in central southern Nebraska. We're going to watch that one closely, but my biggest concern, to be honest with you, in terms of everything besides our main focus cell in northwestern Kansas, is definitely the smaller discrete supercell near Bingham and Ashby right now, as this one has no interference around it and could easily become tornadic if it can get its rotation going. Let's take a trip back down to northwestern Kansas and focus on our main event here, as things have broadened out a little bit. However, the main area of rotation is definitely still there here. So that is going to be our number one concern with this storm for a possible tornado risk. It's not screaming at me by any stretch, but it's most certainly there. I mean, some of these wind speeds are pretty ridiculous. We're getting measured winds by the radar upwards of almost 90 miles per hour. Now, keep in mind that we are looking at 5,000 feet in the air. So that's not like these are surface winds impacted by friction that are still moving at that speed, but still pretty impressive winds associated with this storm at 5,000 feet. Areas like grain fields still concern me for the risk of possible embedded QLCS tornadoes that we could see get spun up. That's a really poorly drawn circle. All my circle drawings suck. I wonder if this is going to be a chronic issue of mine or if this is going to improve over the years. Yeah, right. Sam's making fun of my circle drawing in my ear as well. As he should, because they are quite concerningly terrible. But yeah, we are down to 1 tornado warning on the map, 2 destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, 1 considerable severe thunderstorm warning, 10 standard severe thunderstorm warnings, and 1 flash flood warning. Most of this stuff is all on your map right here. Throughout Wyoming and Nebraska, Colorado, very small parts of South Dakota, northwestern Kansas as well. So we are continuing to monitor these very closely. West of Tedford, like I said before, this cell is definitely concerning me, as it is just beginning to develop a little bit of rotation here. And we're going to watch this one very closely to see if it is able to get itself going. Ooh. I don't know. I feel like we should probably stick to what gets confirmed. That's a good question, though. I'll have to think about that for future broadcasts for sure. I'll put some thought to that. That is a very good question. Yeah, this MCS is pretty ridiculous though. This is quite the impressive one. I mean, this is kind of what you see in a textbook when you talk about mesoscale convective systems. And as I rip my earbud out of my ear, the types of impacts they can have, the types of hazards they can pose, what they look like, the environment that you need for them to be sustained. This is about as textbook as it gets. I mean, you had a couple of merging supercells, then you had other convection firing off of various residual boundaries. Everything congealed. One dominant updraft was able to sustain itself. So you had an embedded tornado risk amongst the enormous risk for all of these winds and hail. So this is a pretty textbook example here of these mesoscale convective systems. Just a kind of a fancy name for cluster of thunderstorms. Still have that rotation definitely present, pretty much due south of Hoaxie here at this point. And the next scan kind of tried to prove me wrong, is that rotation is definitely weakened a little bit. So that is good news. If it continues to downtrend, we could hopefully see this tornado warning get lifted, or they could allow it to expire, as it only has 17 minutes remaining. So hopefully it will continue to downtrend, and our tornado risk for the rest of the night will definitely be a lot more limited. As this MCS, if it continues to remain dominant and we can't get any discrete supercells, that will really mitigate our tornado risk for the night. And we'll be down to a wind risk and, well, mostly really just a wind risk, but also some hail as well. Perfect. Let's take a look. Whoa. Okay, so 23 minutes ago, we had a post from, wow. That is crazy stuff. So the National Weather Service Goodland office, this is the radar we've been using, has been in contact with Jessica Moore regarding this video I'm about to put in the chat. Thank you to Sam for notifying me of this. But here's that link in the chat where Jessica Moore has shown the absurd hurricane force winds in Oakley, Kansas from about 25 minutes ago, or just under 25 minutes ago. This is pretty crazy stuff. And if you look in the replies in her conversation with the Goodland National Weather Service, there's also a second video there, which just looks ridiculous at a Phillips 66 gas station. I mean, really genuinely insane. That is awesome. So we got another really impressive photo out of Grainfield. Sam is finding all the goodies on Twitter right now. This was less than 10 minutes ago. It was posted, but we don't have a timestamp on the photo. I'm throwing this link in the chat as well for you guys to take a look at. I see that. Okay, let's talk about it. So we got a new cluster, or excuse me, a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued out ahead of. The map's getting a little messy here. So we have 3 destructive severe thunderstorm warnings on the map right now. All 3 of them include Gove County, Kansas. 2 of them include Logan County, Kansas. 1 includes Wichita. Actually, one of them just got lifted. Okay, so the map's going to get cleaned up here a little bit. So that's helpful. But we have Gove, Logan, Wichita, and Sheridan County, Kansas, all included in destructive severe thunderstorm warnings associated with this cluster of thunderstorms here. And you'll notice something that's interesting is they've opted to specifically include the area around this outflow boundary, despite there not really being much of a storm there. And that is because these winds are going to really ramp up as any of these storms push into that area and interact with that boundary. So it's pretty important to include that region, I would think. I'm assuming that's why they did that. Maybe it's just a weird county line or something, but it's more impressive if they did it because of the reason I said, because I think that would be very smart. Meanwhile, we still have this tornado risk going on in Sheridan County, Kansas, and we are getting all sorts of aliasing issues on the latest radar scan because of how powerful these winds are. But near Grainfield and Park, just north of those two towns out in Sheridan County, Kansas, we are still looking at a very possible tornado threat. All right. I'm also very intrigued about tomorrow's setup out in my neck of the woods. Really, it's almost like centered around St. Louis. I would imagine the strongest threat for tornadoes is probably going to be in southern Illinois again, but we could also see it out in eastern Missouri as well, even into western or southwestern, I should say, Indiana. But I think southern Illinois is going to be our biggest container of tornado threat. You can just see how messy this MCS is with the path that some of the heavier precipitation targets are following here, as the MCS tries to push out of the area. So essentially, the storms are trying to move this way, but this one really powerful updraft near Sagan is trying to kind of stay where it's at, and so the storm's kind of getting pulled in a couple of different directions, and it's kind of being like, what's the right word? Like morphed, I guess. I don't know if that's the right word. Deformed? Maybe deformed is like the right word. It's just kind of getting pulled apart. It's looking messy, which is, it is what it is. It's not necessarily a good or bad thing. We have very, very concerning MCS blowing through northwestern Kansas at this point. Just moving very, very slow, blasting straight line wind damage. Our cell near Ashby is not looking very concerning right this moment. It looked like very briefly it was going to try and get its rotation going, but it's really not a concern right this moment. But we'll continue to check in on it every couple of minutes. We do have a pretty impressive hail core here from the southern end Charlie here in this line of thunderstorms in central Nebraska. Quite the impressive hail core. So this one, whoops, did not mean to do that. We could be seeing up to probably golf ball sized hail with this one. I don't know what it's tagged for. It's tagged for quarter size hail. We could probably see golf ball, ping pong ball sized hail associated with this one. I mean, it's only been like that for the last two scans, so they'll probably go ahead and upgrade it to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning if that hail core sustains itself, which it already looks like it might not be. No, it's still there. It's still very much there. Okay. So assuming it can continue to sustain itself, that'll probably get upgraded to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning with the risk for very large hail out there for areas like Hastings in central Nebraska. That rotation is still there north of Grainfield. I'm really honestly impressed that it has lasted this long. But it is still there. It's not, it's not as robust as we've seen it be earlier, but it's very much still there. So I don't know. I think I said Grainland. I meant Grainfield. Maybe that is what I said. I don't know. Seeing in the chat, there was a lightning-induced grass fire near Grinnell, Kansas. That's interesting. You don't see that all the time. This is Grinnell, by the way. Just outside, barely outside of our tornado warning polygon and getting blasted by rain. As you can see, as we take a look at our lightning strikes, again, this is a very electrically active cluster of thunderstorms. So Not terribly surprising at all that we've seen a lot of lightning, given how explosive this environment is and how tall these storms have gotten. As you see these deep oranges in our echo tops indicating 55,000 feet about that these storms are reaching. Yeah, still some pretty impressive hail cores going on in these storms. So still a significant risk for hail and obviously a major risk for straight line wind damage. These are tagged with up to 3-inch hail and 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And the storms a little further west near Russell Springs and Oakley are tagged for 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts, but only 1-inch hail. So various levels of hail risk going on with this MCS. Now, one thing that's been very interesting to see is the MCS is like almost okay. So when I say MCS, by the way, what I'm referring to is this cluster right here. This cluster of thunderstorms is beginning to like separate from the rest, which is kind of interesting. I'm going to go ahead and play the loop here as far back as I can go. That's as far back as it'll take me. Let's see that loop. So yeah, it's kind of ingesting everything nearby it. It's just swallowing everything up and beginning to kind of take on its own space. As you can see, that Russell Springs storm just got absolutely yanked right into it. You can see this storm over here near Goodland falling apart and creating more of a gap for the MCS to work. And some of these storms up here in near the Kansas and Nebraska border, near Oberlin and Norcator and Norton, those areas are kind of staying separate from the main cluster of thunderstorms as well. So quite the interesting radar loop here over the last hour to 2 hours, I believe. I think maybe about an hour is as far back as this is taking us. Anyway, we'll jump right back to real time. I can show it a little quicker as it looks cool. I'll just show it a little bit because it looks cool. Let me just disable all our polygons for a second. Just humor me for just a moment here, just because it looks really cool. Oh, hang on. Whatever. I can't get rid of that polygon. That's fine though. But yeah, just humor me. This is a very cool looking development of the storm. You can literally watch this dominant updraft near Selden just continue to swallow everything near it. This one right here. We can go ahead and watch that closely as we play through the loop here, and it just swallows everything that comes near it and just has been maintaining itself very well until pretty much right now as it's finally starting to fall apart a little bit. Now, the rotation is still there. It's just not nearly as strong as it was before. So hopefully that is a sign of things to come, and it will weaken for us, and our tornado risk will mostly be done for the night, which would be great. There's still plenty of time left in the evening, though. It's only 8 p.m. The tornado risk was expected to go as late as 10 or even potentially towards 11 or midnight. What was that? Something stuck on my face. It was probably Nebraska. Nebraska was stuck on my face. Shout out Nebraska. Let's go ahead and check in on our discrete supercell out here near Ashby, as it's not really looking supercellular at this point. It's not really got any rotation going on. Still pretty weak. Just north of Blue Hill in central Nebraska near Grand Island, we've still got a vicious looking hail core. Not really any kind of a tornado threat with this one, but a very vicious looking hail core, to say the very least. That is a powerful hail core going on there. And we can go ahead and jump over to the Badlands and see this line segment of thunderstorms here beginning to push into that area, into Hot Springs, south of Rapid City. So that's definitely an area of concern as well for wind damage. Not really expecting much else there, potentially some flash flooding. And then back in Wyoming, just west of Cheyenne, we still have some of those elevated thunderstorms that are producing damaging winds as they dissipate. Same thing going on in western Wyoming here. Some of these elevated thunderstorms. You'll see you're not even seeing targets on the radar here at this point, which is kind of hilarious that these are um, these the severe thunderstorm warning is still active. Basically, what you have, they're probably looking at it on satellite imagery to identify these thunderstorms, but they're mostly dissipating. I guess I can go ahead and pull a few frames back. We'll see if we can get any of these to show up on. Now, actually, this is a more recent polygon. This is kind of one of those funny things where you see these here. I can look at composite reflectivity, and there you go. That helps paint the picture a little bit better. As you can see, there are some targets being pulled up near areas like Pinedale. But again, these types of storms are your elevated, drier thunderstorms where the main concern is going to be as they dissipate, they put out these crazy downbursting winds. That mass has to go somewhere. And so it plummets to the surface when the updraft collapses. And you can get some of those pretty crazy winds out there. Okay. North of Grainfield, again, that rotation is still there. It's just not super impressive, which is a good thing. This tornado warning has 2 minutes left, and I'm sure they're going to let it expire naturally on its own. I don't know if they're going to issue another one, to be honest with you. I wouldn't exactly expect another one, but it's definitely possible. They could also just opt to go with a tornado possible tag destructive severe thunderstorm warning. That's always in the realm of possibility as well. I don't know if this is tornado possible tagged. Yeah, it is tornado possible tagged. So they may go ahead and just let this tornado warning expire and roll with that destructive severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tag until they see any more robust types of rotation, if they ever see any more throughout the evening here. But yeah, as this begins to get towards expiration, we'll probably stay on air another 30 minutes to possibly an hour here as this cluster of thunderstorms weakens. And if we're not seeing any more significant kind of risk beginning to develop, and it's kind of just the path of this MCS, then we'll probably go ahead and kill the broadcast at that point. But that's probably not going to be for another 30 minutes to potentially an hour. So hang in with us. It's a Saturday night. It's only 8 p.m. You can spend some time with us here tonight as Sam and I are here in the studio taking you through everything going on around the country with the weather. And there really is nothing else on the map that's unexpected. Every single warning on the map, like in the United States right now, you can see, except for the two special weather statements. One's off the coast of Miami down here, and the other one is near Jacksonville, Florida. So, boom. That's it. Everything else you can see when we're zoomed out here in the Central Plains. That's it. That's the whole map right now. So we're not looking at a crazy severe weather outbreak tonight or anything like that, which is good. We don't want that. What we do want is to ensure that if there is any significant severe weather, that we can cover it very well, very effectively, so that those in those regions can stay safe. Those people in those regions can stay safe. That is always our number one goal. As this is quite the mess of polygons here, as we do have multiple overlapping polygons. It's just quite a mess. A total of 3 considerable severe thunderstorm warnings and 2 destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, plus the tornado warning that should be expiring within seconds here. In fact, I think it is already expired. Yep, there it goes. I was gonna say that should be going away any second now. So we are down to 0 tornado warnings on the map at this current moment. Yeah, these storms, I got to tell you, man, the winds coming out of this system are really impressive and pretty concerning, to be honest with you. Areas like Russell Springs, Grove City, Quinter, St. Peter, eventually towards like Shields, Healy, Utica, Ransom, Wakini, you could be experiencing hurricane force, tornado force winds. Again, we're not talking Cat 5 winds or anything like that. We're talking low end hurricane and lower end tornado level winds. But again, when you get them in a giant straight line like that, you can get some pretty significant damage associated with it. So it is concerning stuff. It's something that you have to pay close attention to if you're ahead of the path of these storms. Okay, so in Logan County in Kansas, we have confirmation of 84 knots wind. That is upwards of 90 miles an hour. So that's crazy. That is, in fact, about 97 miles per hour. So that is a measured wind gust coming out of Logan County, Kansas. Sam, do you know how long ago that was? Okay. Okay, it was not 84 knots. It was 84 miles an hour. No, that's okay. Meanwhile, Ecuador and Curacao are 0-0 at halftime in the World Cup. Tunisia and Japan are the last match of the evening. They play at 11 p.m. Central Time. A couple of interesting matches slated for tomorrow. Actually, really every single match tomorrow. There's 4 matches. They're all pretty interesting matches here, as we have Spain and Saudi Arabia, Belgium and Iran, Uruguay and Cabo Verde, as well as New Zealand and Egypt, all facing off tomorrow. Is it verde? I thought so. I know it's pronounced verde in Spanish, which means green, but I thought for them it was pronounced verde. I thought I had been corrected on that once. Maybe I'm mistaken. No, I could definitely be wrong. That was, um, yeah, I don't know. But okay, so that 84 mile per hour measured wind gust was about what you said 30 minutes ago. You said, yeah, about a half hour ago. So not too terribly long ago. This storm is still very, very powerful. If Sam's math is mathing, he says. We did just have another considerable severe thunderstorm warning issued out ahead of this cluster of thunderstorms. That's going to include Lane, Ness, Scott, and Trego counties in Kansas. And it's going to include areas like Scott City, Gregston, Amy, Dighton, Alamota, Beeler, Ness City, Ransom, Utica, Shields, Healy, and Wakini, and Collier. Or Collier. Collier. I feel like Collier makes the most sense phonetically. Collier. I love playing with trying to pronounce all the city names correctly. It's basically impossible. So many of them are pretty unique. But let's check in on our supercell west of, or our cell west of Tedford, up here in Nebraska in the Sandhills. No rotation going on there as far as I can tell. Yeah, so that's good. This one's probably not going to become supercellular or tornadic, so that's good. Lots of thunderstorms going on throughout Nebraska right now. Lots of thunderstorms, including our more significant thunderstorm that's just north of Blue Hill in southern central Nebraska, south of Grand Island near Hastings, where we still have a pretty monumental hail core going on. Actually, it looks like the most recent scan, it downtrended just a little bit. Yeah, it's definitely downtrended a little bit, but this hail core is still very much there. I mean, you can see those silvers and grays coming through at the bottom of this updraft. So we're probably seeing a lot of this hail beginning to fall out of the updraft as it weakens. So we could be seeing some significant hail dropping on Hastings right now, possibly dealing lots of damage. It's a very populated town. So I guess I can go ahead and show that. We just had 1-inch hail confirmed in Greenfield, Kansas, just moments ago. What was I about to do? Oh, yeah, I was going to disable the radar and show you. Hastings is a populated area, and it's got an airport you can see on the left-hand side here. So a very, very populated area. So we could be seeing lots of damage dropped on Hastings right now in terms of this hail. I hope we are not seeing that, but it's definitely within the realm of possibility here. As we do have 4 considerable severe thunderstorm warning polygons and 2 destructive all throughout Kansas here, and just clipping Colorado here. That's just going to include Cheyenne County, Colorado. As things are becoming much more of a cluster, which is good. That's going to limit the risk for the evening. So things might be dying down a little bit in terms of the tornado risk here for the night. Now the wind or the risk at that point would shift to a more dominant wind risk, and that is kind of what we're seeing. And there still is possibly some rotation near Grainfield and Park, Kansas here. Somewhere in there, we could see some rotation tighten up. It's possible. Not super, super likely, but it's possible. So we'll probably stay with this until about 8:30, and if things are not looking like they are uptrending at all, things are continuing to downtrend, then we'll probably call the broadcast for the night. We do have a discrete cell working its way. This is the one that came out of Springfield, Colorado, I believe. It's working its way now towards Dodge City. Nothing going on there yet, but it's one we got to watch as well. The conditions are not as favorable there. We did just actually get a considerable severe thunderstorm warning upgraded on the Hastings storm I was talking about for that hail just moments ago. Actually, really good timing on that, as the hail core looks even better on this scan. Nancy Weems saying they are out of here. Thank you very much for stopping by. I very much appreciate you spending some of your Saturday night with us here. This one's going to be tagged for golf ball sized hail out here in Hastings, especially headed towards inland. So that is one we got to pay close attention to there. We got Theodore Johnson saying, can you talk about tomorrow's severe risk soon? Sure. Well, we'll talk about tomorrow a little bit. Let me go ahead and pull some stuff up. All right. So the most recent update we got on our day 2 outlook was this afternoon from the Storm Prediction Center. So this is still the map we're looking at, which is one you may have seen already. Our tornado risk is still centered around eastern Missouri, southern Illinois, and southwestern Indiana. And our wind risk and hail risk is going to extend for large portions of the central United States. Our hail risk, I think, is most significant out here in Nebraska, Kansas, and Colorado. I think that's where we're going to be able to have some of those more significant winds, more significant updrafts, to support some larger hail. That is pretty typical in the Central Plains this time of year, as we get all that daytime heating. And then tomorrow's tornado risk, again, this is just the Storm Prediction Center's map. I can go ahead and walk us through a little bit, see how quickly I can pull some things together for tomorrow. So we can just do a quick live analysis here. We'll just take a look at the instability that we'll have in place. This is our Cape. This is Sunday by noon. Why is this not taking me as far as it should? Strange. Okay, that's fine. We'll just have to use the 18Z her. That's fine, because the 0Z is not done yet. Anyway, as we go into Sunday evening here, you're going to see some of this Cape start to work its way through Missouri and into Illinois. And that's just our surface-based Cape. Storm relative helicity. So this is how much spin is available in the atmosphere. Again, I'm spark noting this very, very briefly here. You'll see a lot of spin is available throughout Illinois, Missouri, and even into Indiana in the evening here. My greatest concern right now is through kind of this area, through St. Louis, down to Cape Girardeau, and into southern Illinois. That's my greatest concern, possibly into southwestern Indiana as well. But I'm not expecting things to encompass the exact same region here in central Illinois, as well as central western Indiana, like we've seen, or we saw at least this past Wednesday. So our Father's Day severe weather outlook is definitely there. Just in terms of me being lazy, the SIG-TOR parameter is not the most useful tool in the world, but it can show you where some things might overlap. And you can see some of those values jumping up throughout St. Louis, Cape Girardeau, southern Illinois throughout the evening on Sunday. And even lazier than using the significant tornado parameter is I can just go ahead and quickly show you our composite reflectivity as modeled by the HER. We are expecting some morning storms to come through on Sunday. So here's, or by morning, I mean really early afternoon, not morning. Here's by 2 p.m. on Sunday. We're expecting that cluster of thunderstorms to come through, and that's going to pave way for these semi-discrete supercells to potentially fire off throughout large portions of central and eastern Missouri, as well as central and southern Illinois. And then a little bit, this is by 8 p.m. here. A little bit further in time, some of these storms might be making their way towards areas like Cape Girardeau, Evansville, portions of southern Illinois, and southwestern Indiana. So, again, this is for the sake of time, so I don't spend a lot of time talking about tomorrow while we do have a severe weather risk ongoing right now. The parameters, some of them align, and some of the models are showing favorable conditions for tornadoes tomorrow. So that is something we're going to watch closely, and I'll be doing a full, much more detailed analysis tomorrow morning, which will have a forecast video coming covering that tomorrow morning. So make sure that you tap into that forecast video, as that's going to be the best way to ensure that you are staying weather aware for your Father's Day. I wish we could get the 0Z HER. I'm going to take a look at that after stream here, most likely. Anyway, while that was going on, we are down to 3 considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. We have our one in Nebraska, just north of Blue Hill for Hastings and surrounding areas like Trumbull and inland. That's going to be for that large hail. 60-mile-per-hour winds and up to golf ball size hail. And then we have 2 considerable severe thunderstorm warnings in Kansas covering Sherman, Wallace, Lane, Ness, Scott, and Trego counties. And then 2 destructive severe thunderstorm warnings in Kansas for Gove, Sheridan, Logan, and Wichita counties. Yeah, things are definitely growing a little bit more clustery, for lack of a better word. So our tornado threat is definitely going to be a lot more limited throughout the rest of the evening, which is good news. Any supercells that can fire off and stay discrete might be able to take advantage of some of this atmosphere, though, that wasn't used, especially in like the Nebraska Panhandle, for example. A lot of this atmosphere just really wasn't. Whoa, I don't like the highlighter tool. A lot of this atmosphere just really wasn't tapped into. A lot of energy is available. So if a discrete supercell could randomly get fired off here just before sunset, we could still see an elevated tornado risk for that type of cell. But I'm not generally very concerned about it. We got a question in the chat, a random question. How do you feel about country music? I love country music. It's great. Big fan of country music. I will say one of the tough things about doing live coverage for large portions of the evening is that it takes away from my ability to spend extra time forecasting. So that is definitely one of the limitations that we have. I have to get up really early in the morning to forecast, and I can't spend as much time doing analysis as I would like because I have to get to filming right away so I can get a forecast video out at a reasonable hour in the morning. So yeah, these storms are beginning to push to the south. Eventually, they're going to get towards the Dodge City kind of area. We still have so many aliasing issues going on with our velocities because of how viciously fast these winds are blowing. Yeah, still not really seeing anything that's jumping out at me looking super concerning. Got a question saying, what time will you be live tomorrow morning? We won't be live tomorrow morning. We will be dropping a forecast video tomorrow morning around hopefully before 8 a.m., if not shortly after 8 a.m. And then we will possibly be going live in the evening, depending on what the weather is looking like. I may go out storm chase it myself, as it is going to be right in our neck of the woods. We'll see. Very, very to be determined on a potential broadcast tomorrow. But at the very least, we'll have a forecast video out in the morning so that everyone can stay weather aware and try to stay safe on this Father's Day throughout the Midwest, where we could be having a little bit of a severe weather outbreak potentially. Still to be determined. Lots of fail modes for tomorrow. We do actually have rotation developing pretty quickly here near inland in Nebraska. So we could see a tornado warning get issued there. This is going to be headed towards Harvard and Sarenville and Sutton Clay Center, eventually towards Grafton in southern central Nebraska. I'll give a zoom out so you can see where we're at. We're in southern central Nebraska near Hastings, where a little bit of rotation is just beginning to spin up here. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy at all. Nothing jumping out at me like we've got a significant tornado risk or anything like that. Obviously, the hail risk we've been monitoring is now kind of right over inland and pushing towards Harvard. So this is up to golf ball size hail, if not larger, to be honest with you. As we do have quite the updraft going on here. I know I've shown this updraft quite a few times at this point, but all those silvers and grays that are sneaking into there, that is where you've got your really, really powerful portions of your updraft. I'll try to circle some of these areas where you've got your silvers and grays sneaking in there. So those are always going to be the most concerning areas for large to very large hails, where you get those silvers and grays there in your volumetric scanner. Taking a look at those hail cores. Back down at our main event with our convective system, our mesoscale convective system down here. It is possible that we see a little area of rotation develop here along the southwestern edge of this bowing segment in our MCS here. So essentially we have kind of this shape, and right around here we could see a little rotation develop with a slight tornado risk. We'll watch that over the next few minutes, and then we'll make a decision on whether or not we're going to stay live or we're going to cut things off at about 8:30. So stay with us for another few minutes, and we will make that decision eventually. I do want to thank everybody who is watching tonight. If you haven't subscribed or liked this broadcast, please do so. It's really, really helpful to us. It doesn't cost you anything but a click of your finger, and it really does help us a lot. But more than that, really, it's just greatly appreciated. I just love seeing the support. It's awesome. I'm really, really grateful for all of the support that we've had, especially how early on we are in things. We've been uploading videos for effectively 13 days, and we're already at 500 subscribers. We've just about broken 10,000 views, and we're nearing 1,000 watch hours as well, getting closer to that mark. So I'm just really grateful for all the support. It means a lot. We're trying to do big things here at Will Bratton WX. We're trying to do a lot of charity work, sign with a lot of storm chasers, and make sure we're keeping the folks safe. That is our number one goal. And the charity work is going to be coming as soon as we can get things financially established. We'll be doing as much charity work as humanly possible. And it's not going to be any of that, like, someone puts out a nonprofit and they make a video or two about one or two charitable efforts, and then they just take tons of donations throughout the year to fund their finances. It's not going to be any of that kind of shady business practice. It's going to be real charity work done with people who genuinely care about the community. We're not going to work with anybody who doesn't have the same moral alignment that we have. We do have officially, oh, never mind, I lied. We do have one severe thunderstorm warning polygon still in Colorado. That is for Weld County, Colorado, from this storm that's just clipping Colorado near the tri-state region of Colorado. This could be a potential supercell here. This might be a tornado possible tag. It is, in fact. So we have actually a couple of supercells starting to fire off. Going to take advantage of that empty space I was talking about in the Nebraska Panhandle. So this is our most robust looking small supercell of the night. Of course, we had two giant robust looking supercells earlier that formed our giant mess of thunderstorms down here in Kansas. But now it looks like we do have two The one near Bushnell actually is not really rotating, but this one down here near Hereford is definitely there. This is going to be one we're going to keep a very close eye on in the next few minutes here, for sure, as it's taken on that morphology. Where you can see there's your inflow, there's your notch, your forward flank downdraft, your rear flank downdraft. All the pieces are there. So as this RFD begins to occlude the inflow, we'll see those winds speed up, and hopefully we won't see a tornado, but it's possible that those winds will speed up and we will see a tornado associated with this supercell that's forming out here north of Grover near Hereford, right at the tri-state region of Nebraska, Colorado, and Wyoming. So this is east of Cheyenne. The state capital of Wyoming, Cheyenne. Seeing some folks saying, glad to have found you, share out the stream, and hopefully a year from now you'll be at 1 million subs. That would be awesome. That'd be the dream. I think we can do really incredible things with the team that we have. And I just hope that resonates with the people and they're willing to hear us out and work with us as we work towards our dreams of trying to get things going here where we can use our platform to do good for the people, trying to keep people safe. We're not doing the fear mongering. We're not doing there's a tornado on the ground, we're all going to die. Like nothing, none of that crazy business. We're just out here delivering like good weather information, the absolute best that we can possibly do in a calm demeanor, because a lot of times being calm during concerning and scary moments is one of the most important things, as it helps you make the right decisions. So we're going to try and keep the vibe calm. Obviously, the language will be intense when it's warranted, of course. But we're still going to keep things calm. There's not going to be any of that, like, I'm sitting here screaming at you or anything like that. We're just here to do things the right way, the way things should be done. Because I think a lot of folks are not necessarily wanting to do things the way they should be done, in my opinion. Some people in the space as well. So, and that's not me throwing any shade at them. That's just, I just have different beliefs. That's not what I'm about. We're trying to do things the way that I think they should be done, which is of course the right way, because I'm always right, obviously. Yeah, this little mini supercell out here at the Colorado, Nebraska, and Wyoming border is definitely looking pretty concerning here. It's definitely tornado possible, I'll tell you that much. We do have quite a surprising number of spotters are out there, including Adam Lucio. Why'd I forget how to say his name? I feel like it's Lucio. Anyway, he's obviously very, very well known. A phenomenal storm chaser. So he's out there. Good on him. Lots of other folks out there as well. I don't know if there's any other names out here that I recognize off the bat. Jason Weingart, I've seen that name before, though I don't know how. But yeah, oh yeah, okay. Nicholas DeFigli, I've seen him as well. I think I follow him on Twitter now. Anyway, lots of folks out there to cover that supercell. So if we get any kind of a funnel or anything, I'm sure it'll be warned within seconds, as all those storm spotters will be making that well known to the National Weather Service. We do have possible areas where we could see some more rotation ingested in our MCS, but I'm not really concerned about a tornado threat with this thing at this point. We're definitely looking at a significant wind threat, though, associated with it, and the potential for some hail as well. We're not probably going to see that giant, like large to giant hail that we saw earlier with these storms. That risk is probably done, but definitely could see some damaging hail. Just nothing crazy. As this storm is really has a beautiful presentation on radar. Let me turn off polygons here and just take a quick look at this guy. That's a beautiful storm here on radar. I'm seeing in the chat that the 0Z Her is not good tornado-wise. Do you mean not good as in not favorable for tornadoes, or not good as in concerning there could be a lot of tornadoes? I'm not going to get the chance to look at it until later tonight, or possibly even not until tomorrow morning, super early tomorrow morning, depending on what things look like for me. So this is just a gorgeous radar presentation. Absolutely stunning. Like literally out of a textbook. That is a very stereotypical, classic looking supercell. Just gorgeous. Lorian says Mike Brown is drooling somewhere over this. Probably. Dr. Mike Brown, PhD, state climatologist. Jake Reed is activated, Sam says. I am activated, as Jake Reed would say in this type of moment. That is a really photogenic supercell on radar here. I really hope, I know it's just before sunset. I hope we can get some sort of a visual on this thing. Maybe Adam Lucio, as he gets out of it, he's kind of core punching it right now to get south and get into that inflow notch. So hopefully as soon as he gets out of it, he'll be able to give us a nice look at it on Twitter. And we can share that in the chat for everyone to take a quick peek at. As our main cluster of thunderstorms is still not looking that terribly concerning. Again, there's numerous areas where we could see a little bit of rotation develop. You could see something around here, something around here. I'm loosely circling these without much analysis, but one thing that's good is we did actually have our last flash flood warning lifted. So we have 0 flash flood warnings on the entire map. So that's nice. In terms of what state is this, I'm not sure which storm you're talking about. If you're talking about our photogenic supercell here, this is right at the tri-state border of Wyoming, Colorado, and the Nebraska Panhandle. As this is genuinely just a gorgeous looking little supercell. I like the smaller ones. You can, a lot of times you can get them in the frame when you're taking photos of them. You can get the whole thing in one frame. They are just really beautiful. And I don't really know what the LCLs are looking like in this area. I don't know how elevated we are, but this one is looking really, really, really good, at least in terms of its morphology. So we're going to continue to watch that one very closely. And once that storm makes a decision on whether or not it's going to become tornadic or not, at that point, we'll probably call it. So if it does become tornadic, we'll stay with it until it is not looking like it's going to be tornadic anymore. And then if it is, if it looks like it's going to kerplunk on itself, we'll probably call things for the night. I will say I got to take a very, 1 second. Okay, I got to take a very quick bio break, but I will be back in just a minute. Bear with me. All right. Let's see if I missed anything in the about minute and a half or less. I don't know that I was gone. I did. Okay. It looks a little bit better even. Okay. Wonderful. Outstanding. We have lost our destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, by the way. So we are down to just a couple of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings as this MCS is becoming a little more clustered, a little less bowing, and a little less threatening. So that's good. So this is going to be the last cell that we're going to track here. Is our well, okay, let me take a quick look at this hail core too. But the last one we're going to closely track, as this hail core still looks monstrous. I'm surprised that's not a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. That is nuts. Near Fairfield and Clay Center in central southern Nebraska. But the one that we're going to watch closely here is just east of Cheyenne. This is the one we're going to watch closely. If it decides it's going to do anything, we'll stay on air while it does its thing. And if it decides it's not going to do anything, then we will call the broadcast at that point. So we're going to stay with this one very, very closely over the next maybe 5 to 10 minutes and see what happens. You never know. It could put down a long track tornado and we could be staying here for another hour and a half watching this one supercell. You never know. Okay. Yep. That makes sense. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So our storms in Kansas are definitely not done. They won't be for a while, but I think the tornado threat is mostly going to be diminished here. And those storms are also not going to be quite as vicious as they were an hour ago. I think we'll be seeing up to maybe 70, maybe 80 mile per hour wind gusts. We're not going to be seeing anything 90 to 100 like we were earlier. And we're probably not going to be seeing any more giant hail. So just a lot of precipitation and some pretty strong winds associated with those throughout the rest of the night through Kansas as it moves towards the southeast. This one supercell is really just firing out of absolute nowhere here. The one that we're watching here at the tri-state border, the tri-state area, as Dr. Doofenshmirtz might say. How to Conquer the Tri-State Area by Heinz Doofenshmirtz. Frankly, I don't think I can do that. Okie dokie here. Here we go. This storm is still tornado possible tagged, as it should be. You would think that Lucio would be posting something. Although I don't know if he made it south of it yet. Let me look where he's at. Okay, he's just now emerging from it, so he'll probably be able to take a picture in like 5 to 10 minutes, and I'm sure he'll post it. There's all sorts of people in and around this storm, though. I'll tell you that much. And it is hooking out. It's hooking out pretty good. It looks like it wants to do something productive. Something in my eye. Good Lord. Yeah, I see that. Looks like we might be seeing a TBSS here, a little bit of a hail spike, as some hail might be developing on the inside of the storm. It's still pretty young supercell, and it's also kind of a mini supercell, so There's that. Seeing in the chat, I'm assuming that this is coming out of the National Weather Service's Slack. But yeah, the tornado warning is about to be dropped on this one. So we're going to go ahead and preemptively shift to our red mode. So we're going to have a tornado warning here in northern Colorado near Grover. This is not a populated area. Right at the tri-state border. There's that tornado warning. Yep. Radar indicated rotation right now, but we've got a lot of spotters in the area, so we're going to have a visual on this pretty soon. So that's good. So we'll stay with this one for a little while and see what it does. This is for Weld County, Colorado. Again, not a populated area here. The nearest town is Grover, which does have some folks in there, but it's not near Grover, or it's not like over Grover. It's northeast of Grover. So all right, next scan here is we can see that this supercell is beginning to mature. Now, I will say, I am a little bit concerned about some of the convection that's coming up and firing off very quickly behind it. All of this convection could easily come into contact with this supercell and kill it. So that is something we're going to need to watch. But it's definitely got at least 15 to 20 minutes here to try and get going. And I would imagine there's probably already a wall cloud with this thing. As our tornado warning has finally popped up on my overlay. Awesome. So again, that is the tornado warning for Weld County, Colorado. That's just showed up. It's our only tornado warning on the map right now. And this one is going to last for another 37 minutes. It was a 40-minute warning. And we're going to stay with this supercell, this little mini supercell here, right at the tri-state border of Wyoming, Colorado, and Nebraska. And we're going to follow this one, see what it does, and then probably end the broadcast as soon as this one is done. I will say this rotation is not impressive. Like it's definitely there. There is rotation without a doubt. It's just not that impressive. I'll just do it manually. Let's see. Yeah, even when I manually input our storm motion vector, it's not that impressive of rotation. I will say the morphology of it though looks textbook. We also know that the surface winds have been pretty backed in that area, so our surface winds are probably pretty favorable for inflow here. So it has those things going for it. Now I don't know how elevated this is. I don't know what the LCL is like in this area right now. I wish we had some observations. Yeah, definitely no indication that this thing's putting down a tornado right this second. And again, the rotation's really not very impressive. It's definitely there, and it could produce a tornado. It's just not that impressive. It's a little mini supercell. That's a cute little supercell. We're going to stay with it. We're going to watch it very closely over the next few minutes to see how it progresses here. Pray to God I see your face again. All right. Looks like Reed Tempmer got on that tornado earlier today around 5:30 p.m., about 3 hours ago. Man, that's crazy. That was 3 hours ago. It doesn't feel like we've been live for 4.5 hours, to be honest with you. Oh, I didn't see that CC drop. We may have actually had an unwarned tornado about an hour and a half ago near Goodland. I looked at that little velocity couplet. It was a little brief spin up. I didn't look at CC though. I don't know. I guess it slipped my mind, but that was a very bizarre little spin up thing. It didn't really make sense with where it was. I see a video of that grass fire from the lightning. That's really cool. Shout out this person named Noob in our Discord who's been sharing all sorts of stuff from Twitter. Here's that clip from that lightning fire. I just put it in the chat for anyone who may want to take a look from that grass fire started by lightning near Grinnell, Kansas earlier. That was like right before all that precipitation got there. Well, cool. All right. So a quick look around the map. While we have a second, nothing's really happening yet. Back to our cluster of thunderstorms. It's just 2 considerable severe thunderstorm warning polygons on the map here. We also have another large severe thunderstorm warning polygon in northern central Kansas associated with some other convection going on there. We still have our hail core going on out here near Fairfield. In the blue, in the where's my button? In the Blue Hill and Hastings region, if I could speak. It's moving to the southeast, this line of thunderstorms. This hail core has been going strong, probably dropping golf balls for many miles. So other than that, we just have our little mini supercell that is getting itself going out here at the tri-state border of Colorado, Nebraska, and Kansas. Or in Wyoming, excuse me. Kansas. Yes. Yellowstone National Park in Kansas. Yeah, this thing is it's got some rotation. It's just not very impressive to me. I'm not really convinced it's trying to do anything right this second. Again, it can easily get more organized within only a few radar scans. It doesn't take much. Big time fire gonna spread fast. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think so. You can see, I mean, again, NROD is a arbitrary, algorithmically derived value. So it doesn't mean much, but even the NROD is like saying, nah, not really much rotation there. And oh, actually the latest scan looks even a little bit better. The NROD's not going to be updated with that. So okay, it's there. It's there a little bit more. But again, it's just not very impressive. But that's fine. It doesn't need to be impressive. You can get a tornado with pretty broad looking rotation. We're not far from the radar site either. We're only 3,000 feet in the air here at the lowest tilt angle, which is interestingly 0.6 degrees. A lot of times you'll see 0.5. But the Cheyenne radar, I guess it's because of the mountains. That would be my assumption. I wonder what Denver's is. Denver's is 0.5. Pueblo is 0.5. Lincoln or Tedford. Not Lincoln, that's Illinois. Lincoln is 0.4. I guess because it's much flatter. Interesting. Very interesting. That's just me being curious. Curiosity killed the Will Bratton. Go ahead and manually do our storm motion here, and you can see that rotation's there. It's just, again, it's just not that impressive. I'm seeing there's one in Oregon that's negative 0.2. How's that even possible? What is it, up on a mountain? The radar shoots down? What are you talking about? Surely you meant just like 0.2, positive 0.2. That'd be kind of funny. You can see that our tornado warning polygon here in Weld County, Colorado has gotten shrunken down. So it is just as small as this supercell. It is a very small supercell. Taking a look at our spotter network, you can see all sorts of folks are out here on this guy now. Yeah, so many people. A lot of guys out there in the inflow notch as well. Or by a lot of guys, I mean there's a little group of 3. There's not that many people out there, maybe 20, 30 people out near this supercell, which is a lot more than I expected, to be quite honest with you. It's negative 0. I'm sorry, I have to go look at this. You're twisting my arm right now. We're making my way all the way to Oregon right now. What's going on in Oregon? Help me out. What radar am I looking at? Pendleton? Pendleton. This radar is just not pulling any data. So it's just not turned on. That's not helpful. What about the Portland radar? Portland is 0.5. Medford? Negative 0.1. How about that? It must be on a mountain. That is hilarious. I've never seen this before in my life. How have I never noticed this before? That is such an interesting fun fact. All right, anyway, that was a fun distraction. Let's go back to our possible tornado producing supercell, which is definitely beginning to look a little more robust. And we do have possibly another supercell, although this one doesn't look like it's got any kind of rotation at all. At a Carpenter, it's just kind of got that morphology, no rotation though, so not a supercell. We do have a supercell in our tornado warning polygon though, and if any of these other cells, this other convection is able to catch up to it and close that gap down, we're definitely going to see the potential for this mini supercell here, just in Colorado now, to get suffocated and die off. So we're going to watch that closely. Again, we're just watching this guy. We're just watching this guy over the next however long we need to. Maybe the next 5-10 minutes, could be even the next 30 minutes to an hour. You never know. To see what happens with it. If it's not looking like it's going to do anything, we're going to be ending the broadcast, but we're going to stay with it until we're confident in one way or the other. Okie dokie. Show me an update. Give me a radar scan. I wish I had somebody out there on the storm. That would be wonderful. We do not, unfortunately. But there are a lot of folks out there. I'm going to continue to monitor Twitter and see if we can get a visual on this guy. I still am really mind blown about. I need to look at this again. This Oregon radar is really blowing my mind here. I took probably the longest path to get to this radar site. Negative 0.2 now. Interesting. It was negative 0. It alternates. What? It alternates by scan? I see that. Okay, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for the cell near Carpenter that I said kind of looks supercellular by morphology, doesn't really have any rotation at all ongoing there. Maybe the world's slightest, most weak, broad rotation going on. I don't think I would call that rotation whatsoever, though. Yeah, that radar has to be on a giant hill or a mountain or something. That's the only way it would make any logistical sense for there to be a slightly negative angle in the radar. That's so bizarre. I've never seen that before. Really interesting fun fact. I need to email Dr. Mike Brown about this. He's just as obsessive over radar things as I am, if not more. He's been doing it for many, many more years than me, of course. I'm very young. He's the one who taught me everything, or not everything, but most of the things I know about radar, actually. As we are down to literally only 6 severe thunderstorm warnings, 2 considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, 1 tornado warning. That's it on the map. There's no special weather statements over the water anymore. We don't have any more flash flood warnings or anything like that. We are down to just a couple severe thunderstorm warnings and 1 tornado warning polygon sitting there on a map. As this storm does look like it is trying to organize itself, we're going to stay with it for at least a little bit here. And our cell near Carpenter is still somewhat concerning in terms of a possible hail threat as it develops here. Let's take a look at that hail core. Whoa. Okay. Our volumetric scanner is not showing anything crazy. It's also not showing the most recent scan, which is fine. The Missoula radar is on a 0.2? Okay. Let me lock in right now. You must be out of your mind. I'm mind blown by this. This one also alternates between 0.1 and negative 0.1 and negative 0.2. Okay, where is this, Sam? Sorry, I'm getting really... I see it. Okay, so we've got a possible photo from Hunter Anderson. That's a name I actually saw. I know where he is. I just saw his name. He's just west of the storm, right? Did I not just see his name moments ago? I don't know. He's out there somewhere. I just don't know exactly where. I saw his name, I swear. Hunter Anderson. I know I saw that name around the storm not long ago. Maybe he's on this road. There he is. Okay, he must be traveling somewhere right now. Anyway, Hunter Anderson just posted a photo of this. We can go ahead and I'll drop this link in the chat real quick. It's looking elevated. So I think the tornado threat's probably going to be pretty minimal with this one. Well, we shall see. We shall continue to monitor this guy right here. As it's definitely got rotation. It almost looks to be tightening up a little bit. Just a little bit. Nothing crazy out here. That's a good find, Sam. Thank you for that. What was that warning? We did have a couple more severe thunderstorm warnings slapped in here on the Colorado side of the border for this Carpenter storm. None of these are tornado possible tagged, which makes sense. I'm not really seeing any indication of possible rotation with this storm. Just looking at some wind and hail associated with it. The main concern here for the Carpenter storm is... Hello? What's going on here? Why can I not... Oh, I accidentally hit the caps lock button. That's hilarious. Anyway, the main concern with this Carpenter storm is it going to catch up to our little mini supercell here and kill it off? So we're going to watch that as well. Flagstaff, Arizona also is a negative tilt angle. I'm like a kid in a candy shop right now. I love radar artifacts and things like that. I think it's really random, interesting stuff. Flagstaff radar. Oh my God. How about that? It is. This one's also negative point. Does this one alternate too? Let me pull some other frames. This one just stays at negative 0.1. It never goes to negative 0.2. That's really interesting. Really, really interesting. Useless information for the most part. Just interesting stuff to me. So our tornado warning is continuing, or our supercell prompting the tornado warning is continuing to propagate pretty much due eastward, ever so slightly southeastward. Looks like tomorrow could be a tomato outbreak. How about that? It can mean a variety of different things. You could be talking about a moderate risk, which is the color red. You could be talking about you just calling a tornado a tomato because it's funny. Yeah. I would agree. Sam is telling me he thinks this tornado warning might be lifted soon or just allowed to expire as the storm moves out of the region. And I tend to agree because the the storm from the visual that I saw anyway, it looks pretty elevated and it's just not really looking impressive on radar. The rotation's pretty weak. It's there and it's somewhat tight. It's just very weak. Um, it's not sticking out to me at all. It honestly looked better a little while ago than it does now. So we'll stay with it for a few more minutes, a few more radar scans. And if this tornado warning is lifted at that point, we'll probably call the broadcast, but we'll stay here until we reach the 5 hour mark. So we'll stay another 10 minutes as we are at exactly 4 hours and 50 minutes on this broadcast. So we'll stay here for probably another 10 minutes or so, and then we'll call it unless this storm starts to really uptrend. Again, the storm we're watching is a little mini supercell up here in northern Colorado, right near the tri-state region of Wyoming, Nebraska, and Colorado. So Adrian coming back in the chat and saying, "You're still live. What are we doing?" Yeah, I know the threat is definitely low, but we've had a lot of folks out here commenting in the chat. We're just here doing it for the people. 5 hours is a long time, says Weather Wisdom. I will say 5 hours is merely half of what we did on Wednesday. We did 10 and a half hours of broadcasting on Wednesday. That was a 4:30 a.m. wake up call, and I went to bed at 1:30 a.m. the next morning. So 21 hours straight of work. I originally had planned to take a brief nap after producing the forecast video, but we put in some extra effort to add a new feature to our broadcast, which was the ability for us to do live hits with our storm chasers, which was awesome, by the way. It was so worth it. So I sacrificed my nap in order to do that. As this guy is still looking pretty meh, to say the very least. Pretty meh. I mean, again, it's there. Like, it's just not looking very good at all. We'll stay with it. Like I said, another 8 minutes here, and at that point, unless it starts to uptrend, we will be calling the broadcast here right at the 5 hour mark in 8 minutes from now. So Weather Wisdom says, I hate naps. When I wake up, I feel more tired than before. I couldn't agree more. I'm anti-nap. The only reason I planned to take a nap was because I knew it was going to be like a 10-hour broadcast. So Sam says he loves naps. Okay, so we have 1.75 inch hail observed from this tornado warned severe thunderstorm here. That was observed by a storm chaser out in the area. Of course, I'll turn on spotter dots again. We do have quite a few storm chasers out in the general vicinity of this storm out here. Kristen says, sleep is a waste of time. I tend to agree with you. When you're sleeping, you are not getting anything done. I don't like taking naps. They make me feel like I've just wasted time and I haven't been productive when I could have been doing something. I much rather sleep for a full 8 hours straight and then be awake for a full 16 hours straight and work during that whole time than like take naps on and off. And maybe I get to stay up a little later and get less sleep in the middle of the night. But the time that it takes to wind down before and wind back up before and after a nap, it adds an extra limbo period. It just sucks. I'm pretty anti-nap. I think naps are pretty bad for your circadian rhythm as well. That's a whole separate issue though. As our tornado warned storm here is looking really unimpressive. I think they're going to let it move out of the warning polygon and allow that warning to expire here within the next few minutes. So we'll probably be ending the broadcast here in about 6 minutes about. I'm seeing Christine. I apologize. I think I was pronouncing your name wrong. I apologize for that. Christine. My mom in the chat saying naps are the best. She takes a mandatory nap every single day. Like I said, I'm pretty anti-nap, but it's integral part of her daily functionality. I'll never understand it. Christine says it's okay. Most people do that. Yeah. No one really mispronounces Will. Sometimes people will, very rarely, I'll get like Brayton or like Breton or something. But like only a handful of times in my life. Other than that, no one's ever really mispronounced my name. We need you to cover the extreme heat in Alaska right now. 80 degrees in some areas. What's going on in Alaska? I'll take a look at it. I think I'm basically limited to using the GFS when I look at Alaska in the Euro, of course. Like I think I have to use global models to look at Alaska. Yeah, Alaska. Yeah, getting up to almost 80 degrees tonight. Tomorrow, also getting almost up to 80 degrees. Personally, I think like low to mid 70s is decently pleasant. My favorite temperature is upper 60s with a light breeze. I'll be honest with you. I don't really know what's going on up in Alaska right now. I don't know. I haven't looked at it closely to know why. Like in extreme northwestern Canada, for example, we're getting up to 80. And why in Alaska we're getting into the 70s at multiple times throughout the coming week. Getting up into the 80s actually on Tuesday. Anyway, more importantly, our tornado warning has been lifted or allowed to expire. And I don't know. Let's see if they have tornado possible. Nope, they have not tornado possible the severe thunderstorm warning. So things are pretty much donezo here for the time being anyway. That being said, someone says 70 degrees is perfect. 70 degrees. If you have a good breeze, 70 degrees is very nice. I'll give you that. I prefer like upper 60s, you know, like 60, like maybe 65 with the sun shining and a very light breeze. That's like perfect. That is perfect. Nothing beats that. Because you have the warmth from the sun to counteract the fact that you're below room temperature. And you have a breeze to ensure that you don't sweat. And it's not too hot, not too cold. It's perfect. It's the best weather. You can argue with a wall. That is my final opinion. It will never change. Anyway, we'll stay on here for another 5 minutes. Excuse me, another 3 minutes. But yeah, things are pretty much done. We'll take another quick look around what's going on back with the MCS down in Kansas as it is continuing to push towards Dodge City. It will probably get there in maybe about an hour or so. Help Weather says, "Am I the only one who likes 90-degree temperatures?" I don't. I prefer the cold over the heat personally because here's the thing. When you're in the cold, you can always put on more layers, and you're also never going to be uncomfortable due to humidity in the cold. There's always something you can do to get warmer. Whereas when it's hot out, you can only take off so many layers. Yeah, and like there's nothing you can do eventually. You can't just exist outside the hotter and hotter it gets. Whereas the colder and colder it gets, you can still exist outside. You just got to layer up more. It reaches a point when you get so hot, there is no way around it. It sucks. Now, to be fair, I love hot weather when I'm in the pool. That's the only exception, though. I don't like the hot weather for pretty much anything else. Adrian says, "What time do you wake up to ponder?" So when we do forecast videos, I usually wake up at 5:30 in the morning to do a general forecast video. However, when we're doing like a major severe weather day, like Wednesday, for example, we get up at 4:30 to try and make sure the video comes out as quickly as possible. I usually spend about an hour or so. Okay, so I wake up. It takes me like anywhere from 15 to 20 to 25, maybe even 30 minutes. Usually it doesn't take me that long. It's like 15 minutes for me to wake up and then get down to the studio and get everything set up. And then from there, I spend another 45 minutes or so doing my analysis. And then we film and get everything uploaded, and then we're good to go. Adrian says, "I need to see the math on this." The math on what? Which part? Sam says, "I love cold snow and ice. I'll die on this hill." I also love the cold snow and ice. Now, I will say the cold can be very oppressive. But that's just kind of one of the artifacts of that type of weather. You just gotta be okay with that. You gotta be comfortable being uncomfortable, man. That's one of the most useful skills in life. You gotta be comfortable being uncomfortable. I'm not comfortable being uncomfortably warm. Meanwhile, I will say our supercell, our little mini supercell, the rotation looks to be recycling and trying to get going again. So we'll see about that. We have crossed the 5-hour mark. I'll give this one more radar scan. Yeah, I'm going to give this one or two more radar scans so that I don't end the broadcast and then all of a sudden this thing decides to whip up a tornado for us here. So we'll give it one or two more scans. Of course, they allowed that previous warning to expire and allowed the cell to move out of that polygon as the rotation was weakening and recycling. Apparently, I've been disowned and I have been removed from the will. Thank you, Sam. Yeah, I've seen more reports that parts of I-70 have been closed down due to blowing dust earlier on this evening. So I'm also seeing video of an overturned semi on I-70. Oh my Lord. This is a crazy video. I'm going to repost this on Twitter. This is nuts. As it looks like our little supercell is trying to do its thing still. It's not very impressive though. Weather Nation, or Weather Wisdom, excuse me, says, "Great coverage today." Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. We will be continuing our broadcasts every time that there is severe weather. Tomorrow we'll see though. I might be storm chasing. It's also Father's Day. And I'll just be honest, I've been locked in my basement chronically for a few for a couple of weeks really. I mean, I got back I graduated. I was home very briefly. I began work with my internship, and then I immediately went on a 2-week chasecation out in the plains. And then I got home and immediately went to work with launching our brand here and also working with my internship. And I've basically been sitting in my office for anywhere from usually 10 to maybe 12, or days like Wednesday, 21 hours a day. Wednesday was an anomaly though. So I haven't gotten to spend a ton of time with my family. So we'll see. We'll see about a broadcast tomorrow. If things are looking really, really big, um, then we'll see about it. But yeah, I also may go storm chase it. Take my dad on a little storm chasing Father's Day trip. That'd be fun. You never know. We shall see. Regardless, I'll tell you one thing I'm doing tomorrow, and that is I'm watching a lot of these World Cup matches. Whether it's while I'm working, while I'm hanging out with family, while I'm doing whatever it may be, I'm watching a lot of fun matches tomorrow. Yeah, our supercell is looking pathetic. All right, that's probably about where we're gonna call it then. So, I do want to take a moment to thank everybody very, very much for tuning in with us tonight. Obviously, this was not the type of severe weather outbreak that is going to make headlines, and we don't want it to. We're never going to over dramatize it or, try and tell people you're all going to die. And no, you're not. Everything's going to be perfectly fine. You just need to take the necessary precautions. And if any of these types of storms are headed your way, sometimes there are decisions that you have to make to stay safe. Other than that, it's just general weather, general storms. There's always the risk of a stronger tornado or two, and we may have seen a couple in northwestern Kansas earlier tonight. We had at least two confirmed tornadoes, and both of them seemed to be on the ground for quite a while. So we don't know how strong they are. But that being said, I appreciate everyone tuning in, trying to make sure that you stay weather aware and stay safe, even on a non-outbreak style night. So I appreciate that. I respect that everyone in here is wanting to stay up to date with everything going on. So that being said, I want to thank Sam for helping out with the broadcast tonight, Blake for our graphics, as well as Ben with our video editing earlier this morning. He'll be producing our video tomorrow morning as well for our Father's Day forecast. So stay tuned for that. Turn notifications on, follow us on everything, like the broadcast if you haven't already, and send our Father's Day forecast to your father tomorrow morning. Why not? Anyway, that being said, I am going to get on out of here, but thank you guys very much for watching, and we will see you guys soon.